Chapter 12, 85. Everyone knew that those who could pass the tribulation were all 9-star emperors. Mulong didn't think much of it and nodded. There's no need to watch the rest. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Then can we start? Mulong pinched his fingers and flicked them upwards. 3 flying swords shot out from the void and hovered beside Mulong. 1 green, 1 silver, and 1 purple. Mulong's sword caused an uproar below the stage. Taoist Sanqing's sword, ranked 178 on the god weapon list. Mulong actually took out the Taoist Sanqing sword. Mulong is famous in Sengoku, not because he's the highest level, but because he's the best among his peers. That's true. Not just Diling City, everyone in the nearby Sengoku knows about Mulong. Dongli Sengoku is also 5-star, but they don't even have the interest to fight Mulong. There was no doubt that there were geniuses even in Sengoku. Furthermore, those who could fight above their level in Sengoku were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. In a battle between experts, both sides could feel each other's pressure. It was a kind of confidence formed after going through hundreds of battles and winning every battle. Lu Chun shouted, "Celestial Demon Symbiosis! Dragon God Form!" The celestial demon behind Lu Chun flashed past, leaving behind a terrifying surge of spirit energy. Celestial Demon Reversal. Mulong narrowed his eyes, then smiled. And there's Dragon Bloodline. Very good. Looks like I didn't make a mistake. This battle is starting to get interesting. Bipolar War Body. Mulong also activated his state. A strange afterimage appeared behind him. It seemed to be some kind of beast, but disappeared in a flash. Mulong looked at Lu Chun. Solipsistic, just use your strongest move. Mulong will take it. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. This guy was really as confident as him. Since he wanted to take his strongest move, Lu Chun naturally wouldn't be polite. He held the God-slaying spear in his hand and shot towards Mulong like an arrow. God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. While rapidly moving, Lu Chun quickly increased the speed of his rapid shadow spear to the limit of 6 spears. His speed had reached an unimaginable level. In terms of single target attacks, the 6-spear shadow spear was still the strongest. In an instant, Lu Chun had already arrived in front of Mulong. This was a 6-spear shadow spear that even his reverse soul roaming dragon might not be able to block. It would definitely defeat Mulong. Very strong indeed. But unfortunately, it's not enough. Mulong growled. He didn't dodge, but took Lu Chun's attack head-on. However, after Lu Chun's spear stabbed down, it was as if he had used all his strength to hit cotton. No, to be precise, it was hitting the void. Without any resistance, Lu Chun directly passed through Mulong's body. The moment he attacked Mulong, Mulong's body underwent a strange change. His body became illusory. Through the perception of spiritual energy, Lu Chun discovered that Mulong's body seemed to have decomposed into a spiritual energy state. The moment the rapid shadow spear succeeded, a large amount of spiritual energy spread out. This phenomenon was somewhat similar to a magnet's opposites repel each other. Although Lu Chun's attack didn't succeed, he had already perceived the principle of the bipolar war body through spiritual energy. If he guessed correctly, it should be a kind of astral state, and it used the separation of the 2 poles to dodge the rapid shadow spear. Just as Lu Chun finished his move, Mulong's voice came from behind him. "You've finished your move. It's my turn now. Immortal technique, 3 pure 1 sword art. 3 elements return to 1. Mulong moved his sword finger, and 3 sword auras merged into 1 and shot towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun hurriedly turned around. Reverse soul, roaming dragon. He needed more attacks to test the bipolar war body. However, just as Lu Chun blocked the 3 elements returned to 1 and was about to counterattack, the 3 elements returned to 1 suddenly split into 3. The reverse soul roaming dragon could block strong moves, but the strange change of the 3 elements returned to 1 directly dissolved the effect of the reverse soul roaming dragon. Who would have thought that the sword that originally merged into 1 would disperse upon contact and instantly split into 3? At such a close distance, under normal circumstances, there was no defensive skill that could block it. Not good. Master is in danger. Yi Fan exclaimed. But at this moment, Lu Chun suddenly roared, and his body erupted with monstrous spiritual energy. The violent spiritual energy directly resisted the three sword auras. This scene had already stunned everyone present. Without any moves, just relying on spiritual energy to resist the three elements returned to one, this is simply inconceivable. Impossible. How much spiritual energy does one have to circulate to be able to fight without any moves? Dongli was no longer as leisurely as before. She stood up, her eyes widened, and looked at the man who was erupting with spiritual energy and horror. Moves are the spiritual energy circulation method planned by the Almighty since the opening of the sky, but that kid actually only used spiritual energy to resist the skill. Doesn't that mean that his ability to control spiritual energy is already comparable to the ancient Almighty? On the side, Yi frowned. The minimum requirement for spiritual energy to resist a cultivation method is to circulate spiritual energy accurately, and he is now resisting a high-level cultivation method, like the three elements return to one. That is to say, his spiritual energy has entered another realm. Another realm, spiritual energy at will. Dongli seemed to have heard the most terrifying thing she had heard in thousands of years. Human King could comprehend spiritual energy at will. At this moment, Mulong was shocked by Lu Chun and forgot to add moves for a while. This gave Lu Chun a chance to breathe. Using spiritual energy to resist the physical attack of the three-element sword, the consumption of spiritual energy was too terrifying. Even if he was at his peak state of 130 million spiritual energy, he couldn't last long. If he wasn't careless, he wouldn't have done this. Now that he had bought enough time, he naturally wouldn't continue to resist. Triple door. Lu Chun took the opportunity to dodge. Without any obstruction, the three streaks of sword chi instantly shot out. Mulong hurriedly controlled his sword. Only then did he preserve the spiritual energy of the three elements return to one. I don't care what you're doing, I can still win you. Mulong shouted angrily. Lu Chun just took a breath, and the three elements returned to one had already shot out. Sword spirit is really annoying. Lu Chun said angrily, then used 9 void steps several times to avoid the three elements return to one. Jiro looked at the stage nervously. That Mulong seems to have become more cautious after the battle just now. He has the bipolar war body to protect his body, but he doesn't let Nameless Brother get close to him. Mulong now completely regarded Lu Chun as an equal opponent. Because of this, as a long-range sword master, he not only had to control his flying sword to chase after Lu Chun, but he also had to ensure that Lu Chun didn't have a chance to get close to him. A lion and a tiger use all their strength to catch a rabbit. Mulong wasn't careless from the beginning. Ling Long said, "It's just that Lu Chun's strength is too unexpected. The Dao ancestors' 3 clear swords can be split or combined, and can somewhat restrain the inverse soul roaming dragon. Mulong is so cautious, and can be said to have exerted his control to the extreme. I dare say that as long as one's strength does not reach a level where they can crush Mulong, I dare say that it will not be easy for anyone to defeat Mulong. Now, let's see if Lu Chun can break through Mulong's 3 elements return to one and bipolar war body." Chapter 1286. Lu Chun was also thinking of a countermeasure. Mulong was faster than him. If he wanted to catch up to him, he could only use the 9 void steps and the rapid shadow spear. However, the 6 rapid shadow spear had already proven that it could not hurt Mulong. He wondered if the level 2 divine demon astral body could break the dual polar war body. Thinking of this, Lu Chun quickly rejected this idea. The dual polar war body was similar to the astral body, but it was not a real astral body. The divine demon astral body might not be able to suppress it. Solipsistic, give up. You're not my match. You can't even touch me. How can you win? Mulong sneered. After dodging a few times, Lu Chun suddenly held the long spear in his hand and continuously took 4 steps, 9 steps into the void. After appearing, Lu Chun shouted, "God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear." Liu Chun did not try to use the divine demon astral body. After all, the rapid shadow spear also had the astral body skill. He could not use the two at the same time. After using the 6 rapid shadow spear, Liu Chen's speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. You're still using this move? I'll stand still and let you hit me. You can't break my... At this moment, Mulong suddenly realized that Liu Chen's speed had increased by another level. Unfortunately, by the time Mulong realized this, it was too late to react. Liu Chen's speed was too fast. The 7 rapid shadow spear landed on Mulong's body. Liu Chun clearly felt resistance from this spear. The dual polar war body could not dissolve Liu Chen's attack. The two sides were in a stalemate for less than half a second. A terrifying explosion of spiritual energy exploded in the arena. Even the defensive array received a violent impact, causing cracks to appear on the air barrier. Immediately after, the god-slaying spear pierced through Mulong's ribs and came out of his body. When Liu Chun appeared behind Mulong, the 3 clear swords that had been chasing Liu Chun fell to the ground in the distance. Mulong trembled as he held his wound. He slowly turned around and looked at Liu Chun in horror. 7 rapid shadow spear? You didn't use your full strength at the beginning. Liu Chun also turned around and said indifferently, "It is indeed the 7 spear shadow spear. However, before this, I can only use 6 spears." It would have been better if Liu Chun didn't explain. After Liu Chun explained, Mulong was even more shocked than before. In that kind of critical situation, this guy was still able to break through? Of course, Mulong didn't know much about Liu Chun. He didn't know that Liu Chun had cultivated for 200 years in the primordial world, nor did he know that Liu Chun had withstood countless attacks from the Jotian star. The improvement in his control of spiritual power also allowed Liu Chun, who had never used the 7-spear shadow spear before, to successfully use it. It could only be said that this wasn't a breakthrough on the spot, but rather success came naturally. "Mulong, do we still need to fight?" Liu Chun looked at Mulong calmly. Mulong raised his hand, and the 3 clear swords returned to his side. After swallowing a pill, he smiled helplessly at Liu Chun. "There's no need. I've already lost. What I pursue is the pinnacle of sword control. I haven't cultivated any other professions. Therefore, as a sword controller, I already have no chance of winning when you got close to me and broke my bipolar war body." Liu Chun smiled. He didn't have any enmity towards Mulong. He didn't even kill Jin Shui, so he wouldn't take the initiative to kill Mulong's solipsistic compared to your 7 rapid shadow spear. I'm more curious about why your attack is so high. Logically speaking, with the physical strength of a 5-star Sengoku, even if I'm hit by a human king, I won't be injured at all. However, your attack isn't inferior to other Sengokus. Liu Chun smiled. This question has nothing to do with the auction. Forgive me for not revealing it. Mulong was really curious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. After all, in the immortal region, revealing one's strength was a dangerous move. Perhaps realizing his rudeness, Mulong nodded and didn't ask further. "Okay, I've lost this round." Mulong looked at his wound. In fact, it wasn't serious. Solipsistic clearly didn't intend to kill him. "If you have time, you can find me at Grand White Grotto Heaven." Mulong threw out a transfer talisman. Liu Chun caught it. After giving the voice transmission talisman to Liu Chun, Mulong directly activated the transfer talisman and left the auction house. There was nothing else here that interested him. Liu Chun looked at the transfer talisman in his hand and smiled. It's really rare to meet a decent immortal in the immortal region. "Okay, I'll find you to play when I have time." After putting away the transfer talisman, Liu Chun realized that the place was terrifyingly quiet. All the immortals were looking at him as if he was a monster. I thought that after I became an immortal, I wouldn't make a fuss like before. I didn't expect. My God, the human king won the battle between immortals and mortals. Could it be that another path to immortality has opened in the king of savages' realm? What level of spirit chi is he at? Did he really reach the 3rd level? I, a 9-star true immortal, haven't even used my spirit chi. You're telling me that a mortal can use his spirit chi at will? This is unbelievable. The human king defeated a 5-star Sengoku. and his opponent was Mulong. Defeating Mulong means that he's invincible against anyone below a 5-star Sengoku. Ling Long felt relieved. Hearing the exclamations around her, she felt even more elated. It had to be said that the nervousness from before and the relief she felt now went hand in hand. She looked at Jiao, and Yifan. When you were with that guy, did he often scare people like this? Jiao shook her head. Sister Ling Long, I met Big Brother Nameless too early. We were separated for a long time. However, I don't know about other things, but there's one thing that shows that Big Brother Nameless is really strong. Oh, what is it? He defeated the Dark Erosion Soul at Theo, the Great's level, and helped me regain control of my consciousness. Ah, Theo the Great? Ling Long could still vaguely remember this ancient level. It was worlds apart from a 9-star human king. Yifan said, Master used to be at the 6th heaven. Basically, he would be embarrassed to make a move if he didn't fight more than 10 levels higher. Ling Long finally understood. No wonder Jiao, and Yifan weren't as nervous as she was, even though they were worried about Lu Chun. In short, they were more or less used to it. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the audience and finally landed on the host. The host was completely petrified. He had forgotten that he was a host. Hey, why aren't you coming over? Lu Chun said impatiently. That person came back to his senses and hurriedly ran to Lu Chun. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Sir, congratulations on winning the arena competition. Lu Chun glanced at him. You said you wanted to kill me. No, there's definitely no such thing. Are you kidding? With your strength, how could I, a mere perfected immortal, say something so shameless? The host said with certainty. Lu Chun nodded. Very good. This guy wasn't too stupid after all. Announce the results. Yes. Fellow immortals. All the other immortals have left the stage. Congratulations to Mr. Solipsistic for winning this Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven. Lu Chun nodded. Where's the contract and teleportation talisman? Mr. Lone Tyrant, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's human race branch, happens to be in Earth Tomb City. He also wants to meet you. He will personally send you the cave, dwelling contract, and teleportation talisman. Lu Chun frowned and said impatiently, I came to the auction house to buy something. I don't want to see any pavilion head. Hurry up and give it to me. Mr. Solipsistic, don't worry. Our Sky Treasure Pavilion won't go back on our words. If the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven is yours, then it's yours. It's just that someone else will give you the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lu Chun thought about it. It was useless to say anything to this host now. He might as well go take a look. Find someone to lead the way. Chapter 12, 87. Yifan and the rest watched as Lu Chun left the stage with the true immortals. While the three of them were still in shock, Lu Chun had already left through the entrance of the stage. The three of them did not know why the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was looking for Lu Chun and were about to leave their seats to chase after him. A staff member came in front of the three of them and said politely, The three of you. Mr. Lone Kwong asked me to ask the three of you to wait for him for a moment. With the three true immortals leading the way, Lu Chun and the rest walked through a long corridor and arrived in front of a spacious room. A true immortal knocked on the door and said softly from outside, Pavilion Master, Mr. Solipsistic is here. A voice came from inside. Invite Mr. in. You guys wait outside. Yes. The person pushed open the door. Mr. Please. The door was only half open. Lu Chun took a look inside the room. It looked like an ancient study room with many potted plants and strange stones. Just as Lu Chun stepped into the room, he saw an old man standing up from the table. This old man had a head full of white hair. However, he had a tall and sturdy body. His height was similar to Lu Chun's, and his body was even more robust. He was currently wearing a white robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Mr. Lone Kwong, you're here. The old man welcomed Lu Chun with a smile. He invited Lu Chun to sit on the incense-wood chair used for receiving guests. Let me introduce myself first. My immortal name is Tai Hong, which was also my original name when I was immortal. I am the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's deputy pavilion master and am in charge of the auction house in the human race's immortal domain. My current rank is 7-star Sengoku. Liu Chen cupped his fists. Tai Hong Sengoku, I apologize for my lack of manners. Tai Hong smiled and returned the greeting. You're welcome. Liu Chen replied politely. However, he did not have any interaction with Tai Hong and did not want to chat with him. He went straight to the point. I wonder why Tai Hong Sengoku is looking for me. Tai Hong smiled. Earth Tomb City is very close to the immortal ancestors' ruins. Therefore, during this period of time, the auction house here has been very busy, so I came to patrol. I just so happened to see Sir Lone Tyrant's brilliant performance. A king of savages defeating a king of Sengoku. This is something that has never been heard of since ancient times. I have also never seen someone like Mr. Lone Kwang. Liu Chan said indifferently. Tai Hong Sengoku, let's cut the crap. What do you want? Mr. is indeed a straightforward person. Tai Hong's smile did not change. Since Mr. is in a hurry, I will also get to the point. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has discovered a space-time rift at the border between the human race and the demon race. Currently, all the major forces are rushing over to explore this place, and our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion naturally cannot fall behind others. Liu Chun frowned. Normally, this kind of thing should be kept secret. This guy directly told him, so it was definitely not that simple. What does this have to do with me? I only said that I hope you can go to the crack to check it out and bring back information for us. Liu Chan picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea's fragrance was very pleasant. Your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is so powerful, so naturally. You have a lot of talents. There is no need to find me. Liu Chun said unhurriedly. Tai Hong smiled. Mister, this crack has a special characteristic. Anyone who exceeds a 5-star Sengoku will directly pass through the crack, unable to enter. As for true immortals, they cannot withstand the tearing force of the crack. In the past, a few true immortals entered, but they were directly turned into ashes. Then you can just send a 5-star Sengoku person. The various clans have indeed sent a 5-star Sengoku expert. However, even if they are of the same level, there is still a difference in strength, isn't there? I originally wanted to invite Mulong, but now it seems that there is a better candidate. After Tai Hong finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Liu Chun. Obviously, Liu Chun was the better choice. As Tai Hong spoke, he brewed a cup of tea for Liu Chun. Then he placed a cave mansion contract and a teleportation talisman in front of Liu Chun. This is the immortal spirit grotto heaven that you bid for. If Mr. agrees to help the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, we can waive the 3 million spirit tablets. After the matter is completed, we will double the reward. In other words, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was willing to offer a sky-high price of 6 million spirit tablets. Liu Chen narrowed his eyes. 6 million. This was not a small sum of money. Who knew that Liu Chen would pick up the contract and teleportation talisman and place the spirit tablets on the table? Here are 3 million spirit tablets. As for exploring the crack, you should find another expert. Mr. Lone Kwang, are you really not going to consider it? You should know that the reward of 6 million spirit tablets is already quite high. If Mu Long accepts this mission, we will only offer 5 million. Moreover, the most important thing is that from now on, Mr. can rely on the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I dare say that under immortal supremacy, no one will dare to provoke Mr. Liu Chen stood up and smiled. Tai Hong Sengoku, I am sorry, but I am solipsistic and do not need to rely on any power. Many thanks to Sengoku for the tea. It is very fragrant. With that, Liu Chun turned and left. Not long after, the true immortals who were waiting at the door entered the room. One of them looked at Tai Hong in astonishment. Pavilion Master, what happened? He did not agree. Tai Hong snorted. This solipsistic is really crazy. Not relying on any power? He does not know how terrifying the 7th layer of heaven power is. Forget it. If he is not willing, then let him be. Go find that person, but the reward might be 10 million to invite that guy. After Liu Chun left in a hurry, he found Yi Fan and the other two. The four of them left Di Ling's city together. Master, why are they looking for you? Yi Fan asked. Lu Chan told his companions about what Tai Hong had told him. 6 million? They're actually giving such a high reward? Yi Fan said in shock, these spiritual tablets should be enough for a long time. Jiu shook her head. Yi Fan, don't be paralyzed by the sight of money. If they're willing to give 6 million, it means that the value of the rift is definitely more than that. Lu Chun looked at Ling Long. Ling Long, do you know about the rift? Why would the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be willing to spend so much money to find someone to explore it? Ling Long frowned. Actually, I'm not sure either. Even you do not know? Lu Chun said in surprise. Ling Long said, actually, the ancient books have recorded more than 10 instances of the rift. Although the situation of each rift is described in detail, the previous records do not have much reference value because the rifts are all different. Moreover, why the rift is formed when it appears where the powerful world on the other side of the rift is, none of the ancient books have mentioned it. Lu Chun frowned. If that was the case, even those celestial supremes did not know the cause of the rift. Ling Long, you said that the worlds on the other side of the rift are very powerful? Yes, every rift has a level restriction. However, the worlds on the other side all have a large number of demonic creatures. Those demonic creatures are stronger than the level restriction required by the rift. Because of this, exploring the rift is a very dangerous thing. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Worlds of unknown origin, powerful demonic creatures. He seemed to be starting to be interested in the rift. Chapter 1288. They had just bought a new cave, so the matter of the crack was temporarily put aside. After leaving the suburbs, Lu Chen's group of 4 used the teleportation talisman to go to the Immortal Spirit Cave. Ling Long also said that some experts could track teleportation talismans, so it was best to be cautious. Upon entering the Immortal Spirit Cave, Lu Chun discovered that there was actually a small stream formed by a mountain spring. The entire cave was full of light, and dozens of rooms were spacious. Outside the door, flowers and plants were lush, and the environment was elegant. The training rooms were arranged in an orderly manner, according to the low, middle, and high levels. There was also a special alchemy room, refining room, battle pet training room, and herb garden. The most important thing was the special training tower. It was not too high and had a total of 3 floors. The whole building was perfectly aligned with the rock wall, as if it was made by nature. Good heavens, this place is too comfortable. Yi Fan sighed. A level 2 cave is really different. Lu Chan said to Ling Long, Ling Long, why don't you move here too? Of course, I also paid for it. Ling Long was not polite at all. Lu Chan smiled. Let's go. Bring Li Shang and the others here. Li Shang and the others had just moved once, and not long after, they moved again. Ha ha. Ever since Chen came, we've been changing our cave abode again and again. Now we're actually living in a level 2 cave abode. Guyan said excitedly. Look at the density of the spiritual energy here. I'm starting to regret not becoming a true immortal. Gu Yin and the others had long lost the motivation to cultivate, but living in the Immortal Spirit Cave really made them excited. We can't count on becoming a true immortal. What can we old things do? Let's just help Chun, or take care of the herb garden. Li Shang chuckled and said, the days ahead are still long. Lu Chen laughed. Who said you are useless? If not for you, the earth would have been long gone. Everyone find a room to stay. This will be our new home for the time being. For the time being? Chun, don't tell me you still want to change cave. Jean Wan said. Lu Chen laughed. That's not impossible. When my strength increases, I'll give you a better cave residence. Although there were only 8 earthlings left, in addition to Yi Fan, Jiu and Ling Long, there were a total of 11 people. However, it was especially lively. Li Shang and the others were busy building a pavilion by the stream. Ling Long and Jiu went to experience the high-grade cultivation rooms. Yi Fan was very interested in the special cultivation tower and was already challenging it. They only came out of the cultivation room in the evening. Lu Chun, the effect of the advanced cultivation room is better than I thought. Exquisite said. That's right. Compared to our cave abode in the past, it's on a completely different level, Jiur added. Yifan shook his head. Master, that special cultivation pagoda is very difficult to pass. The second level actually requires one to be in the Sengoku realm. Master, why don't you go and pass the second level? Lu Chun nodded. Wait a moment. I have something to tell you. The three of them said almost at the same time, You want to go to the crack? Lu Chun looked at the three of them in surprise. Good fellas, were they all worms in his stomach? They knew everything he was thinking. Master, I'm afraid we can't go with you this time. Our levels are too low now. Didn't you say that true immortals can't withstand the tearing force of the crack? Yifan said. Lu Chun nodded. They all had high potential and extremely strong ability to fight above their level. However, their levels were indeed too low. Then how about this? I'll go through the cultivation pagoda first. You guys cultivate in the cave abode. I'll go and take a look at the crack. After discussing, Lu Chun entered the cultivation pagoda. Not long after, Lu Chun came out of the cultivation pagoda. I can't go through this cultivation pagoda. Master, you can't even go through? Yifan said in surprise. Lu Chun shook his head helplessly. The test said that my path to immortality has not been opened. I can't possibly force my way in. After all, this is our cave abode. It will be a pity if it was damaged. So, I'll have to rely on you guys to open the cultivation pagoda. The three of them looked at each other. Yifan said firmly, Master, don't worry. We'll open the second and third levels as soon as possible. Lu Chun nodded. Then I'll go first. I'll leave the cave abode to you guys. Master, you be careful. Before leaving, Lu Chun went to check on Rhubarb's situation. Rhubarb did not have any attributes. Little Beast and Little Originator were playing around. In such an environment, Rhubarb was still sleeping soundly. Little Beast, where's Rhubarb's mirror? Let me take a look. Little Beast ran to Lu Chun. Dad, here you go. Lu Chun took the golden crow mirror and looked at it. The words on it changed again. Second revolution, how Tion mirror. Damn, what's this magic weapon? Why did it change again? Lu Chun was puzzled. Previously, the golden crow mirror changed from 9 to 1 revolution. Now, it changed from 1 revolution to 2 revolutions. Its name even changed to how Tion mirror. Could it be that Rhubarb won't wake up until the 9 revolution how Tion mirror is upgraded? Lu Chun checked on Rhubarb. Rhubarb seemed to be sleeping. There was nothing unusual. Lu Chun shook his head and handed the mirror to Little Beast. There's a cultivation room over there. Little Originator, come with me. Little Beast, look after Rhubarb. There's a cultivation room over there. You can cultivate there when you're free. Little Beast hugged Little Originator. Dad, don't. Little Fur Ball plays with Sister Green all day. I'm already bored. Don't take Little Originator away from me. Little Originator pushed Little Originator away with its big head and ran happily to Lu Chun. Little Originator, you heartless guy, you're abandoning me. Little Originator said anxiously. Lu Chun was speechless. I'll only be away for a few days. Last time, when I asked you to go out with Heaven Stealing for a few years, you didn't seem so reluctant. You'd better stay at home and cultivate. Rhubarb can't be left alone. It's a very important task. Little Beast looked at Rhubarb. Dad was right. Rhubarb must be watched. Finally, Little Beast could only nod helplessly. Okay, but Little Originator, I'll remember you. Ignoring Little Beast's warning, Little Originator swaggered away with Lu Chun. At the border of the human immortal realm, there was a huge, winding mountain range. The mountains were shrouded in immortal fog, making it difficult to see the mountains. In the distance, there was another mountain range that corresponded with this one. That was the border of the demon immortal realm. The narrow valley between the two huge mountain ranges was the so-called border of the demon immortal realm. At this moment, a large number of people from both the human immortal realm and the demon immortal realm were riding on mounts to the valley. Qianji and Hei Yin were sitting on a huge wooden ancestral dragon puppet, following a Sengoku army to the crack. Hey Yin, how's the solipsistic doing? He already knows about the crack, He Yin said. Tai Hong told him, but the solipsistic rejected Tai Hong's invitation. That's normal. That guy wants to explore himself. Qian Ji smiled. Given the solipsistic's character, he'll definitely come. Why are you so sure? Qian Ji said confidently. You must have heard about the celestial and demon immortal realm. The celestial and demon immortal realm do not exist in this world, and the crack leads to another world. If you were him, would you go and take a look? Unfortunately, he doesn't know that what awaits him in the crack is not the celestial and demon immortal realm, but death. Chapter 1289. As long as one followed these teams, it was easy to find the location of the rift. A black, lightning-shaped rift appeared in the valley, extending for thousands of meters. At this time, both the immortals of the demon clan and the human clan were entering the rift. Those who could come here were all immortals of the Sengoku level. Naturally, there would be friction and disputes. However, those who entered the rift from both sides often had powerful forces behind them. These forces often crossed the boundaries of races. Everyone was here to explore the rift, so no one really fought. Human trash, move aside. I really don't understand how trash like you dare to explore the rift. What did you say? A certain human Sengoku said angrily. Don't think that I'm afraid of you, just because you're a demon. Sorry, but the demon clan is stronger than you humans. Even if you're a Sengoku, at the same level, you'll still be crushed. You're born as an inferior race. Even if you become an immortal, you won't change this result. The demon shouted. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you in the rift. Immediately, a few demons walked in front of that person, as if to tell him not to be too arrogant. Mad demon, quickly enter the rift. Exploring the rift is more important. Don't cause trouble. That demon was actually called Mad Demon. Mad Demon snorted. I didn't cause trouble. Some weak dogs blocked my way. I made these dogs make way for us. A few human Sengoku glared at him. Who are you calling a dog? I'm warning you, if you talk nonsense again, don't blame the Elegant Virtue Pavilion for being impolite. Oh, Elegant Virtue Pavilion. The Elegant Virtue Pavilion has 72 branches. I wonder if your human clan's branch is the last or the second last. Even if you're from the Elegant Virtue Pavilion, you're only the trashiest branch. Just as the two sides were quarreling, a human man walked past them and headed straight for the rift. Mad Demon suddenly exploded and pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. Little bastard, I've already said that humans are behind me. Are you deaf? Suddenly, a spear shot out from the man's hand and pierced Mad Demon's chest. None of the people present had expected this human to strike out directly. Not only that, it was a killing move. Mad Demon was startled and hurriedly activated his shield. A burst of spiritual energy exploded between the two of them. Caught off guard, Mad Demon was severely injured and flew backward. The other demon, Sengoku, hurriedly stopped Mad Demon. After landing on the ground, Sengoku spun a few times to neutralize the spiritual energy in Mad Demon's body. Only then did Mad Demon stabilize. At this moment, a muzzle had appeared in front of Mad Demon's chest, almost piercing through it. How dare you attack me here? Mad Demon held his wound and shouted angrily. Tell me your name if you have the guts. The human male calmly turned around and snorted coldly. First of all, you were the one who started it. Not just anyone can hit my shoulder. Indeed, not just anyone could pat his shoulder. Altai could pat his shoulder, 10 steps one could pat his shoulder. Xiao Shou could even climb onto his back. However, it was a different story for other unrelated people. Second of all, you have been chattering here for so long, blocking my way. I advise you to either attack or shut up. Don't waste my time. Third of all, I have friend from the demon race, but I don't like arrogant fellows. You're called Mad Demon, right? Change your celestial name in the future. In front of me, you are not qualified to be arrogant. Arrogant. Mad Demon was unable to restrain his anger. He broke free from his companion's restraint and turned into a black fog, pouncing on Luchan. Black Demon Aura, Shadowless Assault. Die. Divine Demon Astral Body. The other party was obviously using the Astral Body skill. Lu Chun decisively activated the second-order divine demon astral body. The second-order divine demon astral body was enough to suppress other types of fourth-order astral bodies. Mad Demon's true body was immediately forced out. Reverse soul, roaming dragon. Without the astral body, the power of the black demon aura had decreased sharply. After Lu Chun easily blocked the other party's attack, he fiercely stabbed out with his spear. The other party was a 5-star Sengoku, and his strength was not weak. He quickly activated the heavenly demon protection, but Lu Chun's attack still sent Mad Demon flying. With a boom, Mad Demon directly penetrated the mountain and sank into it. In less than a minute, Lu Chun had already defeated Mad Demon twice. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Although the battle between the two parties did not start in public, Mad Demon did not defend at the beginning and was seriously injured by the human. After that, the second attack was to fight with injuries. However, there was no fairness in a battle in the wild. As a 5-star Sengoku, he must have the ability to defend against sneak attacks. Moreover, he was the one who attacked first. And Mad Demon did not block this human sneak attack just now. The mountain rocks fell, and Mad Demon stood up from the ruins. His eyes were red as he stared at Lu Chun. After being hit by the reverse soul roaming dragon this time, the spiritual energy in his body was in chaos, and he no longer had the strength to fight. You dare leave your celestial title. In the future, I, Mad Demon, will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. Lu Chun snorted and turned to walk toward the crack. Just as he was about to enter the crack, people heard him speak. I'm sparing your life for the sake of the Balrog. The next time you provoke me, I won't show mercy. Remember, my name is Solipsistic. After saying that, Lu Chun had already entered the crack. Solipsistic. Fine, just you wait. I, Mad Demon, will return today's humiliation 100-fold. Mad Demon stared at the back of the figure in the distance and said fiercely. The crack was not a teleportation door. It contained a terrifying, chaotic spiritual energy. As soon as Lu Chun entered the crack, he felt as if he was in a starry sky. At the same time, he felt a powerful force crazily tearing his body apart. There were many people in front of him shuttling through this starry sky. They should have entered the crack earlier. At this moment, they were trying their best to resist the pulling force. 100 meters ahead, an immortal king of the demon race erupted with terrifying spiritual power. But suddenly, his body exploded from the inside. His flesh flew everywhere, and even his spirit core exploded. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was terrified. That demon Sengoku was quite powerful, stronger than many Sengoku who were trying their best to resist the pulling force. But in the end, he died? No. Lu Chun suddenly remembered Tai Hong's words. This crack had a level upper limit. If the level was too low, it would not be able to withstand the pulling force. If the level was too high, it would explode from the inside. The pulling force was still tearing at Lu Chun's body. Lu Chun hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to resist. He was a little nervous now. Could a 13-star human monarch also self-destruct? Fortunately, Lu Chun did not self-destruct, and he did not need to struggle to resist the pulling force. It looks like I meet the requirements of the crack. Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief and allowed his body to be pushed forward. At this moment, everyone was moving in the same direction. In the distance, there was a crack similar in shape to the entrance. The person in front disappeared into that crack. That should be the exit, Lu Chun thought. Not long after, Lu Chun also arrived in front of the crack and followed the person in front into it. The pulling force quickly disappeared. At the same time, he felt a familiar dizziness when he passed through the teleportation door. Then, Lu Chun's eyes were covered by a golden light. An ambush! Lu Chun widened his eyes. Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye. Chapter 1290. Lu Chun's spirit energy refinement had already reached the 3rd level. He successfully dodged the other party's attack and quickly dodged to the side. Now that his vision was clear, Lu Chun finally saw the situation here. Behind them was the rift they had passed through. In front of the rift, hundreds of thousands of terrifying beasts were crazily slaughtering the explorers who had just teleported over. Those who came to explore were all 4-star Sengoku, but some of them were still directly killed. Luchin was shocked when he saw this scene. The insufferably arrogant immortal king was actually treated as a live target here. These demons were of all kinds. They had ferocious faces and strange shapes. They were twice as tall as demons, but compared to some of the demons in Jiutian, they were much smaller. However, although these demons were not too big, their movements were extremely agile. Just from their attacks, movement speed, and attacks, they were even stronger than 5-star Sengoku demons. What the hell are these things? Lu Chen's eyes widened. He did not want to be involved in the battlefield again, so he could only hide and observe in the dark. After watching for a while, Lu Chen roughly estimated that at least half of the human and demon Sengoku who had transmigrated here had died at the exit of the rift. Among them, more than 70 to 80% of the human race had died. Those who were lucky enough to escape quickly fled into the surrounding forest, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps thinking that too many people had escaped, the demon army began to send people to search the surrounding forest. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Lu Chen had already fled far away. The scene just now had shocked him too much, so he could not help but ask Sky Pilfer, "Sky Pilfer, have you seen these things before?" "No." "Then have you entered this kind of rift before?" "No, my previous master's level was too high, so he couldn't enter ordinary rifts. But I've heard that it's similar to what Ling Long explained. The rifts are all different and can't be inferred. In short, unless you enter a certain rift, you can't know what's on the other side of the rift, even if you've been to other rifts." Lu Chen nodded. "All right, then what do you think the rift could be?" "I think." Sky Thief thought about it and said, "This place doesn't seem like Shenwu World. Shenwu World can't have so many strong warriors. All of them are stronger than a 5-star Sengoku. This place is more like a world outside the Jotun." Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "I once saw an extremely terrifying, unworldly abomination in Nuwa's heaven-mending fantasy realm. Even Nuwa's true body couldn't kill it. If that's the case, I think we might be in the outer world." This was just Lu Chen's guess. No one knew if it was correct. Sky Thief could only sigh and say, "I don't know about other things, but the strength of this place is really scary. A 5-star Sengoku can only be a small soldier here? I really didn't expect there to be such an exaggerated place." Lu Chen thought for a bit and took a deep breath. "It's a bit troublesome right now. If they keep guarding the rift, it'll be hard for me to go back. No matter what, we have to survive here first." The demon army was searching the forest. Lu Chen didn't dare to stay here for long and continued to move deeper into the forest. Unknowingly, it was already late. Lu Chen suddenly noticed a fire in front of him. He quickly crouched down and carefully approached it. Following the fire, Lu Chen found an open altar not too far away. There was no cover around the altar, only a pyramid-like staircase leading to the top of the altar. There were spirit flames dancing around the altar. The fire Lu Chen saw came from these spirit flames. Lu Chen was about to go up and take a look when he noticed something strange in the forest. He quickly crouched down and secretly observed. Not too long later, a squad of mutated beasts walked out of the forest. The leader of the mutated beast was holding a spirit core. Lu Chen could tell at a glance that it was a human spirit core. That mutated beast walked up to the altar alone and placed the spirit core in the middle of the altar. With a boom, the spirit flames in the surroundings suddenly burst into flames and shot into the sky. Then, a figure appeared on the altar. That figure is actually a male elf. "Do you want power or guidance?" The male elf's virtual image floated in the air and raised his left and right hands. Lu Chen could also understand what he said through the translation software. Based on his movements, his left hand should represent power, and his right hand should represent guidance. The mutated beast couldn't speak, so it stood on the left side of the male elf. "You desire power." After the male elf finished speaking, the spirit core floated into his hand. Then, The spirit core was absorbed by the male elf at a speed visible to the naked eye. He placed his palm on the mutated beast's head. A golden light enveloped it, and waves of spirit energy converged into the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast's expression was ferocious, and it seemed to be in extreme pain, but it didn't resist. After a while, the mutated beast fell to the ground. Its companions walked up to the altar, bowed respectfully to the male elf, and carried the mutated beast away. As the ceremony ended, the spirit flames returned to their original appearance, and the male elf disappeared. Lu Chun, who was hiding in the dark, witnessed the whole process and was quite shocked. Those mutated beasts became stronger in this way. Lu Chun frowned. The crack had just appeared, and these mutated beasts were already very powerful before. This meant that the altar didn't necessarily need spirit cores to activate. Perhaps beast cores could be used too, and Lu Chun still had more than 1 million low-level beast cores on him. After the team of mutated beasts left, Lu Chun rushed to the altar and tried to place a beast core on it. As expected, the spirit flames around the altar burned brightly, and the male elf's virtual image appeared again. He looked at Lu Chun and was slightly stunned. Human, yes. Why? Do you have to be picky when accepting tributes? That's not the case. In my eyes, there's no difference between the 10,000 races. Tell me, human, do you desire power or guidance? Lu Chun could devour beast cores by himself. He didn't need this elf to help him decompose the beast cores. When the time came, he would have to share a portion with him. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? I wish to receive guidance. What kind of guidance? Lu Chun thought for a while and suddenly said, Can I ask a question first? This isn't considered guidance. Lu Chun was afraid that after asking the question, the other party would say that he had already given him guidance. You can ask, if I have a lot of beast cores, how many times can I summon you? Level 1 altar, you can only summon once a day. There are a total of 9 levels of altars on the Fama continent. The higher the level of the altar, the more power you can get, and the more secret guidance you can get. I'm the soul of a level 1 altar. I can only summon once a day. Lu Chun was surprised. That mutated beast used a Sengoku level spirit core, and that's only considered a level 1 altar? When I give it power, it has to lose something at the same time. The less it gains, the less it loses. Their choice of altars is the result of weighing the gains and losses. In addition, not everyone can afford a high-grade altar. The male elf said, Okay, that's all for your questions. Now, tell me, what guidance do you want? Lu Chun had too many questions to ask. Where was this place? What was its relationship with the Jotian? What was the matter with the rift? What were these mutated beasts? However, Lu Chun couldn't stay here for long, and he couldn't ask a few questions in one go. After thinking for a while, Lu Chun took a deep breath and asked the question he wanted to know the most. Where is heavenly demon Wutian? Chapter 1291. Lu Chun asked the question that he wanted to know the answer to the most. Where was heavenly demon Wutian? The elf man was silent for a moment. Lu Chun looked at him longingly. Could he get the answer that had been troubling him for a long time? After a long time, the elf man said, I can't answer your question, but I can tell you where you can find the answer. If you don't agree to accept my guidance, you could take back the beast core. There seemed to be some movement in the forest. Lu Chun didn't have time to think. Tell me where I can find the answer. The level 9 altar in the center of the Fama continent. As soon as the elf man finished speaking, Lu Chun had already flashed into the forest. Sure enough, a group of people quickly walked out of the forest. However, they weren't exotic beasts, but about 10 Sengoku demons. A Sengoku looked at the altar that had just weakened and narrowed his eyes. Everyone, be careful. Those exotic beasts might not have gone far. They didn't seem to know that it was actually Lu Chun who had used the altar just now. A Sengoku walked up to the altar, took out a beast core, and placed it on the altar. Soon, he summoned his elf. I want guidance. The Sengoku said directly, Tell me, where is the solipsistic demon? Lu Chun, who was hiding in the forest, was shocked. These people were actually asking for his location. Far away, but close at hand. The elf man gave the answer. In an instant, the atmosphere around them became tense. A light sound came from a forest not far away. The Sengoku immediately shouted, "Quick, chase!" These people were all Sengoku. They were extremely fast, and they even had haste talismans. Liu Chen couldn't shake them off for a while. Obviously, these people didn't want to catch up with Liu Chen and chat with him over tea. Damn it, what are these people trying to do? Come to this world to kill me? Liu Chen quickly shuttled through the forest. 10 5-star Sengoku. What a big arm. Perhaps even more. Right now, Liu Chen's situation was extremely dangerous. There were relentless pursuers behind him, and the distance between them was constantly shortening. There were also large groups of otherworldly beasts in the surroundings. It was truly a case of a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Solipsistic, stop running, you can't get away. Sengoku's voice came from behind. They were closing the distance between them and Liu Chen. Solipsistic, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you acting like a coward when you see us? Haha, the legendary Solipsistic is just SOSO. He's a coward, a coward, a coward. The other party was trying to provoke him, but Liu Chen did not reply. Right now, the other party only knew where he was, but probably could not see him. They weren't even sure that the person they were chasing was the Solipsistic. If he answered, then his only advantage would be gone. Suddenly, Liu Chen used his Buddha avatar and Devil avatar. The clone cloned again. Instantly, more than 30 avatars appeared around Liu Chen, and they quickly fled in different directions. At this moment, the pursuers had also sensed the change in spiritual energy in front of them. There were a few more spiritual energies. It's avatars, one of them said softly. 36 avatars, but there are still 2 physical avatars. The leader said, those are his Buddha avatars. If one of them escapes, he will escape. Let's split up and chase. Let's split up. Although the Buddha avatars are not as powerful as the original, we can't be careless. He can descend into one of the avatars at any time. Let's not let him escape, and wait for the others to arrive before we kill him. Qianji said that he wants to destroy the human race. This person is the key. This time we must kill him. Okay. The number of pursuers behind Liu Chen decreased. There were only 3 of them. The others had been lured away by the avatars. However, Liu Chen suddenly realized that the pursuers behind him slowed down. They seemed to be purposely maintaining a fixed distance from him. If Liu Chen ran faster, they would also increase their speed. If Liu Chen slowed down, they would also slow down. These guys are actually so cautious. Liu Chen had already sensed that something was wrong. Why were they so cautious? It meant that they were determined to succeed and did not want to make any mistakes. They are surrounding me, but not attacking. It seems that they have reinforcements. Liu Chen thought as he moved quickly. If reinforcements arrived, it would be difficult for him to escape. If he turned around and attacked, would he be able to kill all 3 of them? Even if they were from a human race, Liu Chen would not be able to kill all 3 of them at the same time if they were only focused on avoiding him, let alone the demons. If he couldn't kill him instantly and the other side's reinforcements arrived, Liu Chen would be in danger. Should I take the risk and give it a try? Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. However, just as Liu Chen was about to take the risk, more than 20 figures appeared behind him. Reinforcements arrived so quickly. Liu Chen no longer had any thoughts of turning back to fight. At the same time, another piece of bad news came. Liu Chen's 2 Buddha body clones had been killed. The number of opponents instantly multiplied. About 100 Sengoku were chasing after Liu Chen. Their speed also increased. It seemed that they were about to attack. Damn it, Liu Chen cursed. 9 void steps. Liu Chen could not care less and tried his best to escape. Ha ha ha. Solipsistic, you won't be able to escape this time. Still running? Do you really think you can run away? Wind demon beast trapping formation. Suddenly, a strong wind blew around him. Liu Chen felt a huge resistance. Even the 9 void steps and rapid movement were slowed down significantly. Just as Liu Chen slowed down, A few figures quickly overtook Lu Chun and surrounded Lu Chun. 100 5-star Sengoku surrounded Lu Chun. Run? Run again. A demon in white sneered. My wind demon beast trapping formation is specially designed to counter movement techniques. Lu Chun looked at the Sengoku around him and was on full alert. He said coldly, "What do you want? What do we want? Of course, we want to kill you. Why do you want to kill me? Who instructed you?" Instructed? It's not really an instruction. He just gave us a reason to kill you. A Sengoku answered. The great heavenly master calculated that if we were to start the myriad races' immortal war against the human race, you are an uncertain factor. Since we want to destroy the human race, we cannot allow any uncertain factors to exist. Therefore, you must die. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Myriad races' immortal war against the human race. Could it be the final battle? When will the myriad races' immortal war begin? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice. When it begins has nothing to do with you, because before that, you are already a dead man. It is said that you entered the 7th heavenly layer as a human king. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is something that has never been heard of before. Today, I can finally see for myself how a mortal like you can survive in the 7th heavenly layer for so long. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. Your old friend misses you very much. He said that if possible, he would like to say goodbye to you before you die. Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. Are you talking about Qianji? That's right. That's him. He said that when the human race is destroyed, everyone on Earth will become his puppets. Oh, right. He also emphasized that he will make your sister, her husband, and his 2 children into a set of puppets that will never be destroyed. They will be his slaves forever. Chapter 1292. What did you say? Lu Chun glared at the person who spoke. Didn't you hear what I said? Why are you angry? But so what? Solipsistic, are you regretting it now? It's hard for a mortal to walk on the path to immortality. You should have cut off all these ties long ago. Otherwise, how would you be affected by them? Do you understand now? A mortal will always be a mortal. A mortal's 7 emotions and 6 desires will only become your obstacle. Oh, right? Even if you understand now, it's too late. You can't do anything now. Lu Chen looked at the 100 Sengoku coldly. The void god-slaying spear appeared in his hand. Solipsistic, don't tell me you're so naive to think that you still have a chance of winning. Lu Chen said coldly. I don't know if I have a chance of winning, but I know that those who want to touch Lu Yi will all die. Symbiosis of gods and demons. Dragon god form. Might of gods and demons. Emptiness of gods and demons' arm. In an instant, Lu Chen's body exploded with spiritual energy. His white hair danced in the wind. Set up the formation. Don't let the beast disturb us. The demon Sengoku quickly set up the formation, isolating the battlefield from the outside world. Everyone, don't underestimate him. Although he's immortal, he defeated a 5-star Sengoku before. Qianji said that this person is incredible. Don't be careless. Don't go easy on him. Kill. The 100 Sengoku all activated their skills at the same time. They unsheathed their weapons and released their spiritual energy. Solipsistic, the 100 Sengoku will kill you today. Immortal technique, universal path destruction. Immortal beast, 9 tails, spiritual eyes. Immortal technique, ethereal puppet. Immortal technique, all things Tao, square, heaven talisman. Immortal technique, all things Tao, nimble and swift. Immortal technique, all things Tao, Tao energy awakening. Pugilists, monks, nightmare spirits, puppeteers, talisman masters, beast tamers, pharmacists, explosive specialists, and the prophet's elemental divine punishment. 9 professions. 100 Sengoku simultaneously launched a fierce attack on Lu Chen. Celestial devil body. Lu Chen raised his head and roared, "Little originator, fight with me." Suddenly, a huge white tiger appeared beside him. Lu Chen was about to be besieged, and so was the sub-originator. However, the sub-originator was not scared at all. It simply roared at the sky. Roar. Junior Originator will die, without regrets, if he follows boss. The triple door combined with the Saint Lotus Sword Heart in the void attacking state caused a large amount of sword chi to shoot out. However, the Sengoku of the demon race were much stronger than the human race. As one of the strongest races, although their bodies were not as strong as Liu Chen's, they were at least 10 times stronger than Liu Chen's. Not to mention that there were 100 Sengoku experts there. The Saint Lotus Sword Heart could suppress one Sengoku, but when the Sengoku's attacks were separated, the Sengoku would be able to resist them. Lone Tyrant, you dare to resist with this level of strength? Kill him. His attacks are not weak. Don't fight him head-on. Someone appeared behind Liu Chun without anyone noticing. Divine Skill, Traceless Assassin. A streak of coldness was shot at the back of Liu Chen's neck. Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon. Liu Chun quickly blocked and counterattacked. However, the man turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared after his attack was blocked. Of course, Liu Chun wouldn't give him a chance to escape. He quickly caught up with the man with a rapid shadow spear. Right then, a cluster of coldness exploded inside the formation, and the world was instantly covered in white. In the distance, a heavenly punishment of the elemental divine punishment was already attacking Liu Chun. An area attack. It covered the entire formation. It targeted Liu Chen's speed and agility. 3,000 frozen worlds. Liu Chun shouted, "Triple door." There was nowhere to hide in the formation, but there was one place that was safe. Liu Chun arrived in front of the elemental mage in the blink of an eye. Facing Liu Chun, the elemental mage didn't panic. Eternal Black Ice Shield. With a crack, Liu Chen's rapid shadow spear hit a huge block of ice. The block of ice cracked, but the elemental mage took the opportunity to distance himself. Solipsistic, we're not trash like those humans. You want to kill me? Dream on. As he spoke, Liu Chun suddenly realized that the ice crystals on the Eternal Black Ice Shield were quickly extending upward along with the void god-slaying spear. Liu Chun hurriedly injected spiritual power into the god-slaying spear, and the almost extinguished earth fire in it reignited. However, after this delay, there were hundreds of attacks coming from behind Liu Chun. Void 9 steps. Wind Demon Trap Beast. The Sengoku, who was good at restraining movement techniques, used the same trick again, greatly reducing the effect of Liu Chen's Void 9 steps. With his movement restricted, Liu Chun couldn't avoid the large number of attacks. Void Guard. Liu Chun had no choice but to switch to defense. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dense attacks, including the skills of the 9 professions, all landed on Liu Chen's Great Void Arm. Now that Liu Chen's spiritual power had reached 130 million, the Great Void Arm's defensive power soared and blocked all the attacks. How is this possible? Is this the Great Void Arm of the Demon God? It's actually indestructible? It's not indestructible. It's just that our attacks are too scattered. We should use powerful single-target attack techniques. Those with combined skills, use them. Now that he's retracting his movement technique, he's just a live target. On the other side, the 20 Sengoku on the Sword Kinesis sword accumulated power for 3 seconds. While they were accumulating power, the entire defensive formation rumbled. The soil and stones on the ground slowly floated up, and the trees were uprooted and slowly rose up. The power of this move had reached such a terrifying level. It actually caused everything to go against the laws of nature. 3 seconds later, the 20 people shouted at the same time. Combined skill, Sky Obliteration. After the 20 people finished accumulating power, sword auras shot out from their swords, which merged into one halfway and shot straight at Liu Chun. The Sky Obliteration sword shot over. Wherever it passed, the surrounding soil, stones, and trees would automatically disintegrate. Even the density of the air was changed by the ultra-dense spiritual power, causing the sword aura to become ethereal. Liu Chun had just dodged the attacks of the 2 assassin-killing gods when he turned around and saw this extremely ferocious sword attack. However, he couldn't use any movement techniques at this time. The sky obliteration sword had caused space-time to compress. At this time, Lu Chun even felt that his body couldn't move. His entire body was suppressed by an immense pressure, and he didn't even have the strength to lift the god-slaying spear. Once the sword attack was formed, it was unavoidable. Solipsistic stopped struggling. The sky obliteration sword is the most powerful technique of the demons. Once it is used, the world will be obliterated. Not to mention that you're just a mortal. Solipsistic, you're already dead. Unfortunately, you can't watch the destruction of a human race with your own eyes. You can't watch Qian Ji kill billions of people and turn your sister's family into puppets. The sky obliteration sword had not only gathered the spiritual power of the 25-star Sengoku, but also absorbed the spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Naturally, it was quite powerful. Not even Lu Chun could resist it. However, there was one person who could resist the sword formed by the spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Roar! A furious roar shook the world. Then, a white shadow dashed out from the dozen battle pet puppets. Roar! In an instant, the originator stood in front of Lu Chun. Chapter 1293. That reminded Lu Chun of Xiao Min, who had sacrificed herself to save him. The sub-originator turned into a streak of white light and lunged at the obliterating heaven sword. After a loud noise, the sub-originator was crushed by the obliterating heaven sword. For a moment, the formation was filled with abundant spiritual energy. Sub-originator, Lu Chun roared, but the sub-originator was nowhere to be seen. It had been disintegrated into spiritual energy. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. One of the Sengoku snorted. Solipsistic, your battle pet has blocked the attack for you. Let's see if you can survive the next attack. However, exactly at that moment, the spiritual energy in the air gathered again, until it turned into a shapeless black mist. Only a few people knew that the white tiger was not the sub-originator's original form. That was the sub-originator's true form. It was the essence of nature, formless and formless, and could absorb spiritual energy. The obliterating heaven sword was also made of spiritual energy, and it was absorbed by the sub-originator as well. Soon, the little beast turned back into the white tiger. After absorbing the obliterating heaven sword, the sub-originator was twice as large as before. It raised its head and roared, which was even more horrifying than before. Oh no, it's the essence of nature that can absorb spiritual energy. One of the Sengoku finally recognized the sub-originator. Qianji mentioned the essence of nature before. I didn't know that it was true. This guy can absorb the obliterating heaven sword. This guy is much stronger than before. The Sengoku in white said coldly, "Don't panic. The essence of nature is weak against elemental attacks. We can kill the sub-originator with elemental attacks and heavenly might attacks." For the Sengoku, every one of them could use elemental attacks. As a matter of fact, the sub-originator's elemental defense was quite high. However, compared to its abnormal immunity to spiritual and physical attacks, elemental attacks were still one of its few weaknesses. As for heavenly might attacks, the sub-originator had never been able to defend itself. For a moment, a lot of elemental attacks were coming from all directions. Heavenly might attacks. No matter how hard Xiao Yuan tried, it could not dodge all the attacks. A few powerful attacks landed on its body and forced it back to Lu Chen's side. The essence of heaven and earth is only immune to spiritual and material attacks, but it has only one attack and no recovery ability. Therefore, you don't have a right to be arrogant here. The Sengoku looked at the defeated sub-originator proudly. Indeed, the sub-originator was not very good at attacking, nor did it have the ability to recover. When it cooperated with the little fur ball and the little critter, the little fur ball was responsible for healing, while the little critter was responsible for attacking, which made up for its weakness perfectly. However, it was now fighting alone against 100 Sengoku powerhouses. Even if it had absorbed the obliterating sky sword, it would be difficult to turn the tide. Standing in front of Lu Chun, Xiao Yuan rubbed Lu Chun with its head, which was bigger than before, and growled twice. Boss, you still have to protect Lu Yi and your little brother. You should go first. Lu Chun clenched his fists. The sub-originator knew that it would be killed by these Sengoku sooner or later, so it wanted Lu Chun to leave. Lu Chun put his hand on the sub-originator's forehead and said, I won't leave, sub-originator. If I leave you behind, the little critter and the little fur ball will never forgive me. I will never forgive myself. The sub-originator raised its head and stared at Lu Chun with its huge eyes, which were as clear as amber. Xiao Yuan, we haven't cooperated for a long time, right? Lu Chun smiled. The sub-originator nodded. It had been fighting alongside the little fur ball and the sub-originator for a long time, and it had not cooperated with Lu Chun for a long time. Well, let's work together and see what's so great about these 100 Sengoku, Lu Chun said in a low voice while holding the god-slaying spear in his left hand. Psychic puppet technique. This skill was very cheap, so much so that Lu Chun didn't even think about it before he used it. He did not expect that it would come in handy now. The sub-originator gave up control of part of its body and handed it over to Lu Chun. Lu Chun looked coldly at the 100 Sengoku and said, It seems that you won't give up until you kill me. Solipsistic, cut the crap. Even if the essence of heaven and earth has absorbed the obliterating sky sword, you can't escape death. We'll kill you like killing a chicken. Lu Chun said coldly. 100 immortal kings are chasing after me. How can you still have the face to speak so confidently? The demon race is known as one of the strongest races. Is this how you become the strongest? You won't dare to attack unless there are 100 of you, right? Everyone's expression changed. Lu Chun's words made them speechless. Whether it was out of caution or not, Lu Chun was telling the truth. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chun looked up to the sky and roared. Look at your ugly faces. Your world's apart from the Balrog. You want to kill my people? Lu Chun suddenly stopped smiling. As long as I'm alive, you won't succeed. Come on, 100 Sengoku of the demon race. Come at me together. You're about to die, but you still dare to be so arrogant. Kill this man for me. The 100 Sengoku attacked again. At the same time, Lu Chun shouted in a low voice, Divine Demon Lotus Heart. Inner Demon. Sub-originator, go. Lu Chun and Sub-originator directly faced the opposite attacks and quickly rushed to the enemy's formation. A Sengoku looked at Lu Chun's position and launched a sword attack. However, when the attack reached Lu Chun, Sub-originator suddenly stood in front of Lu Chun. Sub-originator could ignore spiritual energy attacks and absorb spiritual energy. On the other side, 7 or 8 people attacked at the same time, bombarding Sub-originator with all kinds of elemental attacks. Since Lu Chun and Sub-originator had switched positions in time, it was Lu Chun's turn to deal with these elemental attacks. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Lu Chun resisted the enemy's attacks with sword energy. Rapid Shadow Spear. The Rapid Shadow Spear was extremely fast and arrived in front of one of the enemies. That person hurriedly used a teleportation skill to dodge, but he suddenly found that the one attacking him was the White Tiger. At the same time, Lu Chun changed his target and stabbed at the enemy in front of Sub-originator. That person was just defending against Sub-originator's attack. Suddenly, a person appeared beside him and attacked him from an angle that completely blocked his escape route. In a hurry, that person could only defend himself with a shield. However, the shield failed to block the Rapid Shadow Spear and was penetrated by it. The tip of the spear directly pierced through that person's lower abdomen. In the puppet state, Lu Chun could obtain Sub-originator's vision. Therefore, any movement of the enemy in front of Sub-originator could not escape from Lu Chun's eyes. Because of this, he could directly attack the enemy from the side without any preparation. After piercing through the Sengoku's lower abdomen, Lu Chun lifted the spear and dug out that person's spiritual core. He still needed this spiritual core, so he put it away first. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared behind Lu Chun and stabbed at Lu Chun's back with a dagger. Unexpectedly, Lu Chun did not block the attack. Instead, He turned around and stabbed at that person's lower abdomen with the star-shattering spear. Idiot, you are not as fast as me. Unfortunately, that assassin neglected one thing. Just as he was about to succeed, Lu Chun suddenly stepped back. Then, a white shadow rushed out from the side and blocked the attack with its body. At the same time, it hit the assassin. Another switch. Does he have eyes on the back of his head? Before that person could react, Lu Chin's star-shattering spear had arrived and pierced through that person's lower abdomen and dug out his spiritual core. In an instant, Lu Chun and Sub-Originator had killed 2 5-star Sengoku. The cooperation between Lu Chun and Sub-Originator was beyond ordinary puppet techniques. Sub-Originator was not completely dependent on its master's control, which saved Lu Chun a lot of energy. After decades of companionship, even if they cooperated slightly, they already knew each other well. Battle habits and how they thought during battle. There was no need for verbal communication to know each other's thoughts. To put it simply, this was both a puppet control technique and a perfect cooperation between comrades. Chapter 1294. One of them is immune to physical and spiritual attacks, and the other is flexible, and his spear is terrifyingly powerful. This guy's puppetry skills are so exquisite. Didn't they say he was not good at puppetry? Use the wind demon to trap them and limit their speed. At the same time, change between real and illusionary. Don't let him identify the attributes of the attacks easily. Others, use your doppelgangers to interfere with his judgment. The demon Sengoku was indeed very powerful, and he quickly came up with various countermeasures. I don't believe that a mistake of a few tenths of a second can kill him. He can't hold on for long. However, although more than a dozen Sengoku had been killed, Lu Chun and Sub-Originator were still changing rapidly and jumping among the Sengoku. With Lu Chun's ability to sense spiritual energy, the doppelgangers could never fool him. Impossible. How can this guy still be so focused? At this time, another Sengoku was suddenly awakened. Song Yin, do you still remember that the guy used the inner demon? Yes, it's a skill of the life reversal of the celestial demon. The longer the inner demon lasts, the more brutal he will become, and he will gradually lose control of his consciousness. Maybe he wants to lose his consciousness. The man said he already knew that under normal circumstances, he couldn't hold on until he defeated all of us. So, he let his physical instincts control his battle. Let his physical instincts control. Yes, his physical instincts can help him make judgments faster, ignore his fatigue, and fight in a pure combat state. Chimang, you should know that his opponent is a 5-star Sengoku. He wouldn't dare to do that unless he had experienced countless battles. Can't you see that fighting has become his instinct? I'm sure that he has experienced more than 10,000 battles. Chimang said, it's more difficult to kill him now. At least, we have to lose more people. After all, we have to return from the other world, and we have to preserve our strength. We only need to wait until the inner demon reaches a critical point. When the bloodthirsty element of the inner demon takes the initiative, it will go from being instinctive to being crazy. When it starts attacking without regard for anything, that'll be our chance. Get the others to defend and hold them back, and we will win. This person called Chimang seemed to be the commander of the team, and he quickly issued the latest order. The critical point of the inner demon? This was a state Lu Chun had never entered before. At the same time, Lu Chun's time in the heart demon was getting longer and longer. He was becoming more and more bloodthirsty. Digging out his spirit core, while he was still alive, was already the most merciful way to kill him. 1,000 army destruction. Lu Chun pierced an opponent who had already been hit into a sieve and finally took out the spirit core. This guy is more like a demon than we are. The corners of Chimang's eyes twitched. The beasts in the field were becoming crazier and more terrifying. When Lu Chun killed this opponent, he found that the others had all retreated. They surrounded Lu Chun and Sub-Originator in the middle, but did not attack. They just coldly watched him go crazy. As time passed, Liu Chun did not know how many attacks he had blocked, but his inner demon was getting stronger and stronger. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was so ferocious that he did not look like a human being. Kill! Liu Chun roared, and attacked an opponent with the spear of rapid shadows. Several companions around that person used shields to protect him at the same time. The spear of rapid shadows could not pierce through 7 or 8 layers of defense, and the powerful recoil directly knocked Liu Chun back. Fortunately, Suboriginator caught up in time and protected Liu Chun. Set up the formation. Immortal Slaying, Demon Slaying formation. We will trap him, but not attack. Qi Meng ordered. Lone Tyrant, go ahead and go crazy. I'm going to watch you go crazy. I'm going to watch you become a demon. Liu Chun roared. More than half of his attacks had been offset by the Immortal Slaying, Demon Slaying formation. Others helped to defend, but they were all in vain. Instead, the spiritual energy in his body became chaotic. Liu Chun was like a wild beast, but he ran into a wall everywhere. God-slaying spear of heaven's wrath. Quick, he is going to use his killing move. Don't give him a chance to accumulate power. Hundreds of attacks were shot directly at him. Liu Chun failed to accumulate power and was seriously injured. Solipsistic stopped struggling. You're like a mad dog now. You can't even survive. Your planet and your family will not escape the fate of a tragic death. Qi Meng sneered. Everyone, pay attention. As soon as he exits the inner demon state, immediately besiege him and kill him. Liu Chun roared like a wild beast and rushed at Qi Meng. However, he was directly repelled by the Immortal Slaying, Demon Slaying formation. With Liu Chun's strength, he could deal with a 5-star Immortal King of the human race with ease. But against a 5-star Immortal King of the Devil race, he could fight a 5-star Immortal King of the Devil race one-on-one. But his cultivation level was still insufficient to fight 100 of them alone. Sengoku killed more than 25-star Sengoku of the Demon Clan with the help of Suboriginator. After a while, Liu Chun finally could not resist the inner demon. His muscles were tight, and his blood vessels were bulging. He looked extremely terrifying. Qinji, how dare you hurt my people? I will tear you into pieces. Liu Chun roared in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground and twitched all over. Little Originator didn't move either. In its puppet state, without Liu Chun's control, half of its power wasn't enough to support its own actions. When Qi Meng saw this, he immediately shouted, "Now is the time. Attack!" The remaining 70 or so Sengoku turned into shadows and shot at Liu Chun at the same time. This attack gathered heavenly power, elemental power, and spiritual energy to prevent Liu Chun from tricking them. This attack also gathered the strength of more than 70 top-notch 5-star Sengoku of the Demon Clan. Although this madman is not a celestial, he is more terrifying than a celestial. We must not let him live. Liu Chun knelt on the ground and looked at the attacks coming at him with his blood-red eyes. He seemed to be extremely tired. He had exited the inner demon state, which meant that he was powerless to resist. He had tried his best, but he did not expect to be defeated by Qinji in the end. A person who hid in the dark and was good at scheming was even more terrifying than a celestial prime. Liu Chun saw Suboriginator standing beside him. Suboriginator, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here. Liu Yi. Yao Qinji thought that Yao was Liu Yi's child, but he did not know that Yao was Liu Chun's son. The combined attacks of the Immortal Kings arrived in the blink of an eye. Solipsistic, go to hell. With a deafening boom, the ground in the array was turned into ashes, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. The joint attack of more than 70 Sengoku had penetrated thousands of meters into the ground. As long as one was not a celestial prime, it was impossible to block this attack. After the attack, Qi Meng sneered. Solipsistic, your legend has finally come to an end. To be honest, I admire you for going against celestials with the body of a mortal. It's a pity that the path of defying the heavens is not as simple as you think. Suddenly, a Sengoku frowned and shouted, "Who saw the solipsistic and the essence of heaven and earth?" Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Under that terrifying joint attack, no one saw the solipsistic. He just disappeared into thin air. Chapter 1295. More than 70 Sengoku searched everywhere, but they could not find Lu Chun and Suboriginator. Chimang's face was full of anger. Is he dead or not? Don't tell me he ran away. Chimang, more and more strange beasts are attacking the defense array, Song Yin said. Song Meng punched the ground fiercely. More and more strange beasts were gathering, and they were no match for them. They could not stay here for long. Let's go. After an unknown period of time, Lu Chun woke up slowly. He looked up and saw a majestic hall in front of him. The surrounding environment was familiar. It was the immortal ancestor ruins. But for some reason, this hall was several floors higher than the extraterrestrial immortal palace he had seen before. This is the immortal ancestor ruins. Why has the immortal palace changed? This hall, which was originally called the extraterrestrial immortal palace, now had a new name. The extraterrestrial divine devil palace. You're awake. A white-robed old man beside Lu Chun said lightly with his back facing Lu Chun. Lu Chun's mind raced. Now he was even more certain that this was the immortal ancestor ruins. That old man was clearly the immortal ancestor war soul. Did you save me? Lu Chun asked in surprise. No, I didn't save you. You came in by yourself. I came in by myself? Lu Chun clearly remembered that he had not entered the immortal ancestor ruins. After all, he had been in a different world. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to enter the immortal ancestor ruins directly from there. Your Jiutian star is leveled up, so you have a chance to enter the extraterrestrial divine devil palace, the old man explained calmly. I've told you before that the Jiutian star is a rare magic treasure with growth potential. In battle, you can continuously use spirit manipulation to raise the level of the 9 heaven stars. After the level is raised, you can also activate its various abilities. At the same time, every time you level up, you will gain a chance to enter this place. When you were fighting the demon Sengoku, your spirit core was operating at a crazy speed. Especially when you were in the heart demon state. You unleashed all your potential. You even pushed your spirit control to the limit. In the end, it led to the upgrade of the Jiutian star. Oh, of course, for the current Jiutian star, activate is more accurate than upgrade. After all, when it was subdued by you, it couldn't display its effects. Speaking of which, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He never thought that it would be the Jiutian star that saved his life. Then, what kind of power does the Jiutian star gain after it is activated? Lu Chen asked. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Chen immediately summoned the Jiutian star. Beside him, a golden bead floated there. Lu Chen sensed it slightly and established a connection with the Jiutian star. At present, the Jiutian star was equivalent to level 1 after being activated. At level 1, the Jiutian star had 3 functions. It could convert elemental affinity, but there was an upper limit at the current level. The upper limit was 50,000 points. The speed of spiritual power circulation increased by 10%, while the speed of spiritual power circulation decreased by 10%. Activating the portable cultivation space could simulate the inner world of the Jiutian star when it was in a berserk state, which was the world where endless spiritual power beams attacked without any rules. Moreover, this was a space-time space where the ratio of time to the outside world was 1 to 10. Just by activating this magic treasure, Lu Chen already understood why this treasure was called the Jiutian treasure. It was too powerful. With this magical equipment, if an opponent of the same strength used the same move, he would be able to seize 20% of the initiative. Just this point alone was enough to instantly kill countless magical equipment. In addition, this was the first time Lu Chen had heard of a portable cultivation space. Other cultivation spaces were all fixed and needed to be attached to some kind of spiritual source to be effective. However, the Jiutian star directly provided a portable cultivation space. In other words, it was an extremely powerful spiritual source. However, the cultivation space could not increase one's realm. Cultivating spiritual power in such an environment was obviously courting death. However, it could allow one to practice cultivation techniques. Spiritual power could be refined and had endless magical uses. How is it? You worked so hard to subdue the Jyotian star. Now, do you feel that it was worth it? It almost killed you once, and now it has returned your life. Lu Chan took a deep breath. It is indeed the Jyotian treasure. Senior, I would like to ask, what is the Jyotian star's rank on the 7th heavenly treasure list? It is no longer on the list. If it was 10,000 years ago, it would have been worthy of being the #1 treasure. Lu Chan held his forehead. Sure enough, the equipment on his body was either not on the list at all, or it was on the list many years ago. The god-slaying spear, the sorcerer's staff, and the Jyotian star were 3 items that had hopes of being on the list. However, they were no longer on the list. Solipsistic, the extraterrestrial divine devil palace has opened. Go and challenge it when you are ready, the celestial prime war soul said. Lu Chan looked at the old man strangely. Why do you keep your back to me? Previously, it was fine. Didn't you say that I am the owner of this place? Why do you still want to hide your identity? Even if you are the celestial prime war soul, I don't know the celestial prime from 10,000 years ago. It feels weird talking to me with your back to me. Ha. Although you're the owner of this place, you are not my owner. I'm only fulfilling my owner's last wish. Therefore, it is my freedom to not see you. This old man was quite stubborn, forget it. Since the old man was unwilling to turn around, Lu Chan could not force him. He looked at the hall in front of him. Why did the name of this place change? What about the celestial prime palace of the other clans? Did it change to this too? The final destination of all the clans is here. As for the name change, the extraterrestrial divine devil palace is its original name. Lu Chan asked, Senior, is the divine devil palace related to the god-fiend heaven-defying suit? Why did it become the immortal ancestor ruins later on? The immortal ancestor ruins is what you call it. The clans of the myriad clans are also the ancient battlefields where the myriad clans fought for the extraterrestrial divine devil palace. This battle lasted for 800 years. Because of this, the myriad clans left behind gardens, refining areas, and other supply areas. At the same time, there are battlefields, cities, and traps here. As for whether the divine devil palace is related to the god-fiend heaven-defying suit, I am not sure. I only know that the Jyotian stellar star escaped from the 8th level of the divine devil palace. There are 9 levels in the divine devil palace. I don't know what the treasures on the 9th level are. Lu Chan frowned. Could it be? This hall was called the Heaven's Might Divine Devil Palace. Since it was in outer space, it should be in accordance with the saying that no heaven exists in this world. Could it be that there would be no heaven and earth in the 9th level? Solipsistic, remember, when the Jyotian stellar star rises by 1 level, you can challenge the 1st level of the divine devil palace. You have 3 days. You're not in a good state now, so I suggest you adjust your state before challenging it. What's on the 1st level? Among the 6-star Sengoku, the strongest of the myriad clans. Lu Chan could not help but gasp. A 6-star Sengoku was also the strongest of the myriad clans? The extraterrestrial divine devil palace was a little scary. Chapter 1296. Lu Chan was not in a hurry to challenge the pagoda. Firstly, he was in a bad state. Secondly, someone might be waiting for him outside. After resting outside the palace for 2 days, Lu Chan walked into the extraterrestrial god-fiend palace on the 3rd day. The interior of the palace was similar to the heaven-reaching pagoda. It was extremely spacious. At this moment, a warrior had his hands behind his back facing Lu Chan. He only turned around when Lu Chan approached. This was a red-skinned demon dressed in a gray Taoist robe. He looked at Lu Chan coldly. I didn't expect that the god-fiend palace would reopen one day. The treasures on the first 3 levels of the extraterrestrial god-fiend palace have been taken away. However, that war soul has obtained a lot of miscellaneous items. This way, you won't have gained nothing after defeating me, the man said calmly, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Lu Chan frowned slightly. You're an ancient immortal? Why are you here? I'm someone who should have died on the first level of the God Fiend Palace. I was chosen by the God Fiend Palace and signed a contract to guard this place forever. Lu Chen frowned. Forever? Yes, forever. I won't age or die here. No matter how serious my injuries are, I can recover. Unless someone can break through the God Fiend Palace, I can't leave without permission, level up, or neglect my duties. Isn't that painful? The man did not answer directly. He only said, at least it's better than being reduced to ashes. Lu Chen nodded. Perhaps this was his choice. Are you ready? I won't show mercy, the man said. Lu Chen nodded. I'm ready. However, I have a question. Speak. Are you the strongest 6-star Sengoku of the myriad races? I don't know either. However, in my era, I have never met a match among those of the same level. Lu Chen took a deep breath. It was said that ancient immortals were stronger than the current immortals. This guy was also the strongest among the myriad races. There was no doubt about his strength. This guy was probably stronger than the 105-star Sengoku outside. Although he was saved, he had to pass a more difficult test. Fortunately, there was only one person in the room. With a boom, Demon Sengoku's clothes were blown up by the surging spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a terrifying surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him. More than 100 flying swords appeared behind Demon Sengoku, their tips pointing at Lu Chen as they floated in the air. Sword manipulation, 6-star Sengoku, crazy demon. That person said indifferently, as if this was a habit he had formed after fighting countless people. Sword wielding was his main profession. An infatuated demon was his celestial title. These words were the nightmares of countless people. 6-star Sengoku, sword control maniac. Lu Chen took a deep breath and raised his hand. The void, god-destroying spear appeared in his hand. Full-time king of savages. Lu Chen. With that said, Lu Chen suddenly felt a little depressed. Not only was his title not resounding at all, it was also somewhat ambiguous. It made it seem like he was also a part-time king of savages. Forget it. Who asked him to be in such a situation? Human king? Interesting. Infatuated demon gave a rare cold laugh. However, trespassers will be killed without mercy. Sword Master's war body. Supreme of swords. Swift spirit scabbard. Not only did infatuated demon have a skill to enhance his body, but he also had a skill to enhance his flying swords. After the swift spirit scabbard was activated, the 100 flying swords behind him began to glow with various colors. The spiritual energy they contained suddenly doubled. At this time, Limitless Sword would definitely not be able to hold back. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had not taken out Limitless Sword yet. Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. He activated Celestial Demon Symbiosis, Dragon God Form, Celestial Demon Heaven's Might, and other enhancement skills. At the same time, he activated the Emptiness of Gods and Demons Arm and the God-Destroying Spear's Fire attribute. Celestial Demon Reversal. Infatuated Demon narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on Lu Chen's left arm. However, Infatuated Demon was only surprised for a moment. His hands did not stop moving. He moved his sword finger. Among the 100 flying swords, 3 of them suddenly turned into 3 golden streams of light and shot toward Lu Chen. Celestial Technique. Attack word formula. Heaven, Earth, and Man, 3 swords. As soon as Infatuated Demon attacked, Lu Chen could already sense that he was different from the others. This guy's sword manipulation technique was faster than any sword manipulation technique he had encountered before. It could even reach the level of 5 rapid shadow spear strikes. And when he used sword manipulation technique himself, it was obvious that he was handling it with ease. Out of the 100 flying swords, only 3 were used. It was clear that this guy was still holding back. Celestial Demon Observation Heaven's Eye. Lu Chen relied on Celestial Observation technique to quickly dodge. At the same time, he did not forget to attack his opponent while moving at high speed. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Lu Chen shot out thousands of sword auras, but infatuated demon did not move. With a flick of his finger, the 3 flying swords behind him flew in front of him. Celestial technique, defense word formula, triple primordial sword shield. The 3 flying swords spread out in a triangular formation in front of him. They rapidly spun until they formed 3 shields. They were white, black, and gray shields. The sacred lotus sword heart struck the 3 shields and was immediately neutralized. This defense is very strong. Lucian could not help but sigh. His opponent only used 3 swords and did not even move. Yet, he was able to block the sacred lotus sword heart. Infatuated demon flicked his finger again. Another 10 flying swords flew out from the sword array behind him. Immortal art, encirclement art, ambush from 10 sides. After the 10 flying swords flew out, they vanished without a trace. Even Lu Chen's celestial observation technique could not find them. However, just as Lu Chen appeared with 9 void steps, a cold beam suddenly appeared beside him. A flying sword was already inches away. Void guard. Lu Chen hurriedly used his great void arm to block. The attack was blocked by the great void arm. However, the brown flying sword kept drilling into the great void arm. It was not a one-time attack, but a continuous attack. Of course, a continuous attack was also considered an attack. It was just a matter of time. If there was enough time, the great void arm might not be able to defend against the attack. Before Lu Chen could think of a way to counter it, the 3 swords returning to origin came from behind him. He hurriedly used the triple door to dodge. However, just as he appeared, another flying sword appeared in front of him. Damn it, why can't I see these flying swords? Lu Chen cursed. He hurriedly used reverse soul, roaming dragon to block. This time, he blocked the ambush from 10 sides and even shot out a beam of spear beam. The 3 essences sword shield suddenly combined into a tricolored sword shield, blocking the reverse soul, roaming dragon's counterattack. Triple door. Lu Chen flashed and appeared in front of infatuated demon. He once again used reverse soul, roaming dragon, to block the ambush from 10 sides that suddenly appeared. He could not always be attacked without retaliating. This time, he successfully closed in on infatuated demon. Void attack, spear path, star shatterer. Facing Lu Chen's close approach, infatuated demon did not panic. He suddenly raised his hand, and a 4-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. He instantly stabbed at Lu Chen. Immortal technique, extreme shadow slash. Not only was this guy a sword user, but he was also a sword spirit. Moreover, his opponent's attack was so fast that it was unbelievable. At this time, Lu Chen could either dodge, block, or face the attack head-on. This guy had too many tricks up his sleeve. Just a few moves he used were enough to make Lu Chen suffer. Now that he could not get close to him, Lu Chen naturally would not retreat so easily. Since Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon's attack, could not hurt him, he could only use brute force. Lu Chen shouted, God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. The 7 rapid shadow spear shot straight at infatuated demon. In an instant, the extreme shadow slash and the rapid shadow spear collided head-on. The 2 of them exchanged blows for the first time, but it already caused the spiritual energy in the hall to surge. The entire hall rumbled. Chapter 1297. Extreme Shadow Slash and Rapid Shadow Spear were both fast and explosive attacks. Their spiritual energies collided, instantly creating a terrifying spiritual energy ball that exploded. Lu Chen was sent flying backward. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Chi-Mo, the sword array behind him had transformed into a pair of wings that were attached to Chi-Mo's back, dissipating most of the impact. Under such an intense collision, Chi-Mo did not even take half a step back. So strong. Lu Chen was shocked. His sword kinesis had reached the pinnacle, and his close combat sword spirit was equally terrifying. He was invincible in both close and long-range combat. Chi-Mo was not considered tall among the demons, nor was he as crazy as Tianyin Old Devil. However, he was like a mountain that stood there silently, making people feel intimidated. You can actually withstand my extreme shadow slash. Chi narrowed his eyes. For an expert like him, being able to withstand his extreme shadow slash was already worthy of his respect. Chi did not plan on giving Liu Chan a chance to catch his breath. In an instant, he appeared in front of Liu Chan. Didn't you want to get close? Let's see if your spear is fast enough. Chi switched from sword kinesis to close combat. The sword in his hand was so fast that it could not be seen. Not only that, while Chi was attacking, he would occasionally attack with his sword or move his sword fingers. Immediately, several flying swords shot towards Liu Chan. Liu Chan had never met a dual cultivation sword spirit that could fight his sword spirit in close combat and use sword kinesis to such an extent. Long-range combat was like close combat, and close combat was like long-range combat. The changes were unpredictable, and the coordination was flawless. The two's close combat was so fast that it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Their positions changed extremely quickly, leaving only 2 afterimages in the air as they fought. After all, this was after the Jiutian star was activated. Liu Chan had the advantage of his cultivation technique's circulation speed. Only then could he barely resist. Liu Chan used reverse soul roaming dragon to force Chi back. Chi jumped back, but at the same time, he controlled 20 flying swords to rain down on Liu Chan. This guy really doesn't give me any chance to catch my breath. Liu Chan used the triple door to avoid the flying sword, but in the blink of an eye, the obsessed demon had caught up to him. This time, Liu Chan could no longer keep up with obsessed demon speed. The tip of the obsessive demon sword had only touched Liu Chen's shoulder, but the sharp sword Qi had already pierced through Liu Chen's body. If not for Liu Chen's strong body, his arm would have been blown apart by the spiritual force. Liu Chen hurriedly used his universe spear and annihilation stardust to force Chi back. Chi hurriedly retreated. Destroy the stardust. It's a concept skill. Unfortunately, your concept skills can't hit me. Liu Chan did not have the time to pay attention to Chi words. He knew that after this guy rested for a while, a new round of attacks would come. How could he defeat this guy? Suddenly, Liu Chan recalled the words of the immortal supremacy battle soul. When he was surrounded by 100 Sengoku, he had entered the inner demon state for a long time, and the inner demon state allowed him to use soul manipulation to the extreme. In other words, in the inner demon state, he could better use his body's advantages. Liu Chan thought that it was said that the inner demon state caused one's consciousness to become chaotic. In fact, in the inner demon state, there was only killing in one's eyes. This was also a kind of extreme. Your right arm can no longer be used, so I won't waste any more time. With the body of a mortal, you can fight with my demon Sengoku to such a state. I really admire you. You have the right to see this move of mine. The scattered flying swords in Chimo's hand all gathered into a huge sword. Chimo's hand formed a sword finger, and he was already accumulating power. This is one of my demon race's ultimate techniques, the obliterating sky sword. Using it to kill you will not be a disgrace to you. Liu Chen's eyes widened. It was the obliterating sky sword again. Chi could actually use it alone. Not only that, but when Chi was accumulating power, many colors appeared on the huge sword. This was the integration of elemental attacks and heaven's might attacks. Even a sub-originator could not block it. Liu Chan had already seen the power of the obliterating sky sword, and Chimo's obliterating sky sword was even more terrifying than Chi Mang's combined technique. He could not wait for the obliterating sky sword to take shape before attacking. At this critical moment, Liu Chan did not have time to think too much. He held the spear with his left hand and accumulated power at the same time. Celestial Demon Astral Body, Celestial Demon Lotus Heart, Inner Demon, Void Attack, God-Slaying Spear, Heaven's Wrath Spear. Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Using a group attack technique against my single target technique, you have already lost. Liu Chan naturally knew this, but he had no way out now. The two techniques were activated at the same time, less than a second apart. Obliterating sky sword against heaven's wrath spear. The two strongest techniques instantly collided. Boom, 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 boom. The spiritual energy of both sides crazily clashed. Obliterating sky sword was unstoppable, breaking through heaven's wrath spear's spiritual energy and heading straight for Lu Chun. This was the strongest strength of the myriad races. At this moment, Chiemo suddenly saw that his opponent had actually closed his eyes. Focus, focus, focus. Using spiritual energy as one's heart should allow one to use spiritual energy as one wished. The spiritual energy of a group attack technique surged violently, while the spiritual energy of a single target technique was extremely restrained. Heaven Pilfer had said before that everyone's comprehension was different, and the results of the god-slaying spear in actual combat would be different. Heaven's Wrath Spear was a group attack technique, but if one changed the method of circulating spiritual energy, why couldn't it become a single target technique? However, to control such ferocious spiritual energy, what kind of terrifying level of control did one have to have over spiritual energy? Was it only possible to achieve extreme focus like an inner demon, where one had to be so stubborn as to ignore everything and forget everything? However, Lu Chun had too many concerns. He could not ignore everything. Obliterating sky sword, heaven and earth obliterating sky. If he died, Yaoer Lu Yi Xiao. If he died, the entire earth, so many friends, so many humans. If he died, his father who was trapped in the heaven-piercing prison, an inner demon could be unleashed to the extreme, but that was an obsession towards killing. Didn't he have his own obsession in the first place? Suddenly, Lu Chun opened his eyes. Heaven obliterating sword was already unstoppable. Lu Chun's eyes were about to split open, and he furiously roared. No, I can't die. This was his obsession. He couldn't die. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was originally scattered in a small area, instantly gathered towards the center. The pillar of fire with a diameter of 1,000 meters rapidly condensed and condensed, until it turned into a spear afterimage. The Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was originally an area attack, suddenly had its spiritual energy restrained. Although the spear afterimage's area was 1,000 times smaller, the flames soared into the sky like the light of the sun and moon. It was even more terrifying than the heaven obliterating sword. The endless surging spiritual energy was compressed into the afterimage of the long spear. The heaven obliterating sword was still unstoppable earlier, but it was suddenly stopped in its tracks. The heaven obliterating sword and the heaven's wrath spear were facing each other with equal harshness. In just a few seconds, a mass of spiritual energy exploded in the field. Like a star exploding, it set off a violent spiritual energy storm. Even someone as strong as Lu Chun was directly sent flying, fiercely crashing into a wall 10,000 meters away. With a PFFF sound, Lu Chun spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, he did not care about his injuries, and quickly crawled up to search for Chi Mo's figure. That fellow would not give him a chance to catch his breath. A few minutes later, Lu Chun finally found Chi Mo at the other end of the demonic palace. He was lying on the ground, already on the verge of death. When he saw Lu Chun walking over, he wanted to struggle to stand up, but was ultimately unable to do so. After struggling for a moment, Chi Mo finally gave up. He weakly raised his eyes and looked at Lu Chun. Your heaven and earth spear is stronger than that person. Chapter 1298. Who would have thought that I, as 6-star Sengoku, would actually be defeated by a human king? Chi Mo's smile was filled with loneliness. Lu Chun looked at Chi Mo, raised his hand, and removed the fog in front of his badge. Chi Mo finally saw Lu Chun's rank. 13-star, Savage King Realm. 13-star? How is this possible? Lu Chun smiled slightly. So the person who defeated you was not an ordinary human king. Chi Mo wanted to ask more, but he suddenly felt relieved. He was someone who would be trapped here forever. Why should he care about this? No matter what realm you are at, you were able to use spirit manipulation to the extreme in that situation. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Your reward is at the back of the hall. There might be something you can use. Next time, you can pass through me directly. Lu Chen walked over and extended his hand to Chi-Mo. That's great. I don't want to fight with you again. Chi-Mo looked at Lu Chen's hand in a daze. This was probably the first time someone had extended a hand to him. Finally, Chi-Mo grabbed Lu Chen's hand. The two of them supported each other as they limped toward the back of the hall. The immortal sovereign war soul was also here. When Lu Chen saw him, he shouted, "Old Hunchback, you came really quickly." "Old Hunchback?" "Yes. You always have your back to me, so I called you Old Hunchback." The immortal sovereign war soul was silent for a long time. There were large amounts of refining materials here. There was no lack of psychic immortal jade and divine metal. Lu Chen helped Chi-Mo to the side and looked at the piles of treasures in surprise. He felt like he was dreaming. These are all mine? If not yours, then whose are they?" Old Hunchback shook his head and said, "There are quite a lot of things. I don't know if your backpack can fit them all. I prepared a storage ring for you. Do you want me to help you put them in the storage ring?" Okay. Lu Chen nodded his head like a rattle drum. Lu Chen had never been able to resist wealth, not to mention so many treasures. When he had time, he could slowly search for treasures. Then wait for a moment. "Oh, right, I found a few immortal regeneration pills for you. Eat them." Old man threw a few pills over. Lu Chen took the pill. His injuries were quickly recovering. Old Bay placed the 10 chests of treasures into a small storage ring. Then, he handed the storage ring to Lu Chen. The size of the ring was just right for the nameless finger, so Lu Chen put on the nameless finger. "Haha, I'm rich," the old man said. "The immortal body regeneration pill is a supreme grade pill. Your injuries are no longer a problem. It's about time for you to leave. The next time you come, you'll have to wait for the Jotian star to upgrade again." Lu Chen looked at Chi-Mo, who was resting, and shook his head. "If I have to face opponents like Chi-Mo, I'd rather come back later." Chi-Mo held his abdomen and looked at Lu Chen with a rare smile. "It will be a pity to kill you." Cough, cough. "Chi-Mo, when will you recover?" The injury this time was a little serious. "My spirit core was severely damaged. It'll take about 10 days, Chi-Mo said. Lu Chen nodded. He admired Chi-Mo. The two of them had no feud, so he was relieved to see that Chi-Mo was still alive. "Solipsistic, it's almost time for you to come to the extraterrestrial divine Devil Palace," Old Bay urged. "Old Bay, can you tell me what the difficulty of the next level is?" "No." Lu Chen frowned. This guy was really stingy. He didn't even want to tell him the difficulty. However, no matter what, this was a close call. Not only did he obtain a large amount of resources, but his spiritual manipulation had also improved. Most importantly, he had learned a different Heaven's Wrath spear. The single-target Heaven's Wrath spear was even more powerful than the obliterating Sky Sword. Lu Chen had been here for 3 days. He didn't know if the group of people outside were still around, or if anyone was waiting for him. However, Lu Chen had to leave. There were very important things waiting for him in the foreign land. Old Bay pointed at a teleportation door in the back of the palace, indicating that Lu Chen should leave. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He didn't even exit the celestial demon symbiosis. Holding the void, god-destroying spear, he stepped into the teleportation door. Seeing Lu Chen's back disappear into the teleportation door, Chi-Mo leaned back in his chair and said weakly, "Hey, that guy can't possibly." "Chi-Mo, don't let your imagination run wild. You know better than anyone what kind of place the extraterrestrial divine Devil Palace is. Since ancient times, no one has ever been able to enter the extraterrestrial divine Devil Palace." Old Bay turned around and looked at Chi-Mo. "Rest well. Although you don't have the chance to escape, at least you can walk outside the palace while he's still alive." Chi-Mo let out a long sigh after hearing that. Taking a walk outside the palace was already an extravagant hope for him. Lu Chen had just stepped out of the teleportation portal when he realized that there was a huge, bottomless pit beside him. This pit was left behind by the Nephilim Sengoku. Looking at the pit, Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. You want to kill me? Very well. I'll play with you next. And you, Qianji, if I, Lu Chun, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Speaking of Qianji, Lu Chen's eyes turned green. This guy had almost killed him a few times. Now that he knew that he was the one behind it, he would not let him go. There was no one around. However, Lu Chun could not stay here for long. He quickly disappeared into the forest. It had been 3 days since he left the foreign land. Lu Chun was not sure about the situation here. He spent some time and secretly arrived at the crack. At this time, there was still a large number of Sengoku coming through the crack. A large number of Ultra Beasts were killing the Sengoku that had just arrived. Some of the Sengoku were killed directly, while some of the stronger Sengoku escaped quickly. Lu Chun was slightly relieved. At least the crack was effective. I have to find a way to find a level 9 altar and then find a way to go back. Lu Chun once again disappeared into the forest. It was not difficult to find an altar. Lu Chun could see pillars of light shooting up into the sky. Someone must have summoned the spirit of the altar. Later, Lu Chun found a slightly larger altar. While no one was around, he quickly went forward to activate the altar. However, when he placed the beast cores in his storage, the altar lit up slightly and dimmed again. Not enough spiritual energy? Lu Chun thought for a while and added another 10 beast cores. This time, the surroundings were more lively than before. However, the altar was still not activated. Lu Chun increased the price again. This time, he placed 100 beast cores on the altar. Finally, the altar was activated. It was a female elf. She was bathed in holy light. She looked extremely holy. Do you want power or guidance? I want guidance. Tell me where Qi Meng is. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. 15 miles to the west. There is an altar. They are activating the altar. Lu Chun did not say anything and immediately rushed to the west of the altar. Qi Meng, you did not kill me. I'm sorry. This time, I want all of you to die here. Lu Chun immediately activated Land of Death and teleported toward the west. 10 minutes later, Lu Chun arrived at the altar. At this moment, Qi Meng and the others had just killed a team of 10 mutated beasts. They were taking turns to activate the altar. Perhaps because the battle had just taken place here, they did not know about the formation. That was why Lu Chun did not see the pillar of light. At this moment, Song Yin had already summoned the spirit of the altar. Do you want power or guidance? The elf asked. I want. At this moment, a person walked out of the forest. He waved his spear in front of him and said lazily, I think you'd better choose power. Who knows, you might be able to live for a few more seconds. Everyone looked at the person who spoke in shock. Solipsistic, Lu Chun smiled and looked at the immortals. That's right, it's me. This time, all of you will die. Chapter 1299. Qi Meng frowned as if he could not believe his eyes. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by sheer luck. Solipsistic, you actually delivered yourself to us? Get into formation. Demon Sealing Array. With an order, more than 70 Sengoku quickly surrounded Lu Chun and set up an isolation array. Seeing that Lu Chun was trapped, Qi Meng seemed particularly relaxed as he paced leisurely on the altar. I've seen stupid people before, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. You actually delivered yourself to us. Is there such a good thing? Previously, you actually escaped into a strange space, but this time, I'm sorry, you can't be teleported in the Demon Sealing Array. It seemed that Qi Meng had also used the teleportation array to find Lu Chun, but they only knew that Lu Chun had been teleported away and did not know about the extraterrestrial Divine Devil Palace. I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. Perhaps if you were given 300 years, you might really be able to take revenge on us. However, only 3 days have passed. What can you do in 3 days? Even if you have a portable cultivation space, you can't change anything. Qi Meng was very calm. Even though they had lost more than 20 people, it was still more than enough to kill Lu Chun. Right at this moment, the altar spirit urged from the side. Do you want power or guidance? If you don't state your request, it will be considered as giving up this opportunity. Song Yin looked at Lu Chun and thought that he could not let this kid delay their plans. He said, I want guidance. I want to know when is the best time for us to return to Jiotian. This was originally something that everyone had discussed. There was an army of strange beasts in front of the crack, and they were not able to fight back with less than 100 people. They could only seek guidance. You can't go back. Can't go back? What do you mean? Are you saying that all of us who were teleported here can't go back? No. As long as the crack exists, the others will have a chance to return. I'm just saying that you can't go back, the elf said calmly. The exotic beast army will head to the level 9 altar in a month's time. The best time to leave is within those 2 days. Since there's a chance after a month, why can't we go back? Song Yin was puzzled. Because of him. The elf raised her hand and pointed at Lu Chun, who was looking at them. After saying that, the flexibility of the altar gradually weakened, and the spirit also disappeared. All of a sudden, the atmosphere at the scene changed. These people were not fools. The elf's guidance was very obvious. They could not return because of the solipsistic. However, they could not figure out what the solipsistic could do to prevent them from returning to the 7th heaven. Solipsistic, you treacherous villain. What kind of despicable trick did you use? Song Yin roared at Lu Chun. Lu Chun had an innocent look on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. I walked out so openly. Yet you're calling me a treacherous villain? Did your brains get struck by lightning during the tribulation? Of course, Lu Chun also knew what they were thinking now. They just couldn't believe that he was completely different from before in just 3 days. Don't you understand the elf's words? Didn't I just say that I'll kill all of you? And you can't go back. Lu Chun sneered. By the way, I have to thank you for asking me an interesting question. Song Yin, I'll give you a quick death later. Song Yin was trembling all over. Solipsistic could really drive people crazy when he angered them. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Let's see if you can still spout such arrogant words after we kill you. After saying that, Song Yin directly released his spiritual energy and activated his Buddha body to protect himself. At the same time, a pair of golden exorcism wands appeared in his hands, and he shot them toward Lu Chun. Immortal technique, exorcism Vajra, Buddha exorcism. Chimang also shouted in a low voice, don't underestimate that guy. Others covered Song Yin. Wind chasing evil, prepare the sky obliterating sword, and pay attention to the attack with spiritual energy and heaven's might. Last time, Originator had saved Lu Chun, and they certainly wouldn't repeat the same mistake. At this moment, Song Yin had flashed in front of Lu Chun. The moment he was about to attack Lu Chun suddenly put away the smile on his face, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Good. Jiotian Star. Previously, Lu Chun had hidden the function of Jiotian Star, and it was only now that he activated it. Currently, the biggest use of Jiotian Star in actual combat was to widen the gap between the speed of spiritual energy circulation between the two sides. Song Yin's speed decreased by 10%, while Lu Chun's speed increased by 10%. With this difference, the gap between the two sides was huge. Song Yin clearly felt that his spiritual energy circulation was a little sluggish, and, at this critical moment, Lu Chun had already made his move. God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. In just a few tenths of a second, Lu Chun had shot 6 more times, reaching 7 rapid shadow spears. This guy's speed is faster than before. Some of the Sengoku had already noticed some clues. How is that possible? At that time, he was already fighting with his back against the wall. It's impossible for him to hide his strength. Could it be that his strength has increased again in just 3 days? Oh no, Song Yin is in danger. If it weren't for this 20% difference, Song Yin would definitely have time to react. However, in a battle between masters, a slight difference could determine the outcome, let alone a 20% difference in time. With a loud bang, the god-slaying spear directly hit Song Yan's golden Buddha shield, and a wave of spiritual energy instantly exploded. Previously, Lu Chun couldn't penetrate their shields because of the help of others. Usually, there were 7 or 8 layers of shields, But now Song Yin only had one layer of shield. In the face of the 7 rapid shadow spears, Song Yan's shield lasted less than half a second and was directly penetrated. With a flash of black light, the god-slaying spear had already pierced through his body. Lu Chen's low voice came from behind. I said I would give you a quick death. Song Yin looked at the huge wound on his lower abdomen in disbelief. His internal organs were being melted by the lava, and his spirit core had already been dug out. Impossible. You can't be so strong. Song Yan's eyes widened. Before he died, he couldn't believe that he was actually killed by solipsistic in an instant. Song Yin fell, and more attacks were already coming at Lu Chen. 9 steps in the void. Lu Chen moved quickly. With the support of the Jiutian star, even his movement speed was increased by 10%. After dodging a few times, the 20 Sengoku shouted angrily at the same time. Solipsistic, you can't escape this time. Sky obliterating sword. 20 powerful spiritual energy gathered, forming the shadow of a giant sword. The spiritual energy rolled, and the surrounding soil and stones floated in the air. It was as if the great demon ceiling formation was filled with this terrifying spiritual energy. Sky obliterating sword, heaven and earth obliterate. Solipsistic die. Lu Chen turned around and narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the terrifying sword shadow. He held the god-slaying spear tightly with both hands. It was this sky obliterating sword again. You have the sky obliterating sword, annihilating heaven and earth. Lu Chen snorted coldly, and at the same time, he activated all his skills. It's just that you don't know. I have a spear that can break Ju Qian. Void attack, god-slaying spear, heaven's fury spear. Chapter 1300. The Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was a single target attack, collided with the obliterating sky sword. Break for lousy, Lu Chen shouted angrily. The spirit chi on the god-slaying spear exploded. The earth fire made the god-slaying spear burst into red flames, and its momentum became stronger and stronger. With a loud bang, the rubble in the center of the battlefield turned into ashes, and a heat wave swept across the battlefield. Then, the 25-star Sengoku were pushed back at the same time and hit the edge of the great demon ceiling formation. They vomited blood and were seriously injured. Seeing this, the others even forgot to continue attacking Lu Chen. How? How is this possible? He actually withstood the obliterating sky sword? It's only been 3 days. He couldn't withstand it 3 days ago, but now he can do it 3 days later? Why? Chi Meng's eyes twitched. He had been confident of victory just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they had already lost 21 people. Lu Chen put away the god-slaying spear and looked at the other 50 or so Sengoku. Your obliterating sky sword is still a little weak. Lu Chen was not making things up. He had experienced Chi Mo's obliterating sky sword before. The strongest 6-star celestial king, Chi Mo's obliterating sky sword was even stronger than these 25-star celestial kings. Lu Chen looked at the shocked Sengoku and said calmly, "Don't worry. I said that none of you can escape. I don't have much time. The rest of you, attack together." Solipsistic, you underestimate us. Chi Meng shouted angrily. Everyone, you must kill this person. Lu Chen snorted. Little Originator. Little Originator appeared beside Lu Chen and roared. Then, it charged toward the enemy with Lu Chen. The Jiutian Eternal Star's assistance was fully displayed at this moment. It had completely offset the demon-sealing, beast-trapping formation's influence on their movement techniques. At the same time, the speed of Lu Chen's attacks was further enhanced, while the enemy's speed was reduced by 10%. This 10% reduction in spellcasting speed allowed Lu Chen to move around the Sengoku with ease. What's more, only half of the enemy remained. The pressure on Lu Chen was greatly reduced. Attacking the void, sky-breaking sword. With this strike, Lu Chen only managed to cut off Chi Meng's arm. Chi Meng's right arm fell to the ground along with the sword in his hand. Chi Meng retreated several steps before he managed to stop himself. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere. Of the 100 Sengoku that had chased after solipsistic back then, after 2 encirclements, he was the only one left. Lu Chen walked step by step towards the heavily injured Chi-Mang. At this moment, Lu Chen's golden armor had been dyed red with blood. His slightly red eyes stared at Chi-Mang like a death god. Looking at Lu Chen again, Chi-Mang was no longer as calm and composed as before. He retreated step by step, but accidentally tripped over a corpse. Why, in just 3 short days, how did your strength improve so much? Qianji was right. You are a madman. Don't come near me. Don't force me to self-destruct my spiritual core. Lu Chen snorted. Didn't Qianji tell you how I escaped from him? After the fierce battle, the inferior originator had become extremely terrifying. It had been able to withstand the sky-obliterating sword, so it might be able to withstand Chi-Mang's self-detonating spirit core. Lu Chen held his spear with one hand and pointed it at Chi-Mang's dantian. He said coldly, "Tell me, where is Qianji?" Since even the self-destruction of his spiritual core could not threaten solipsistic, Chi-Mang was at his wit's end. I will tell you, and you will let me go." Chi-Mang breathed heavily. If he did not want to die, this was his only bargaining chip. "If the information you provide is valuable, I can consider it." Lu Chen withdrew the murderous aura in his eyes and smiled. "Good. I hope you will keep your promise." Qianji is a strategist under Hong, Yu Celestial Venerable. These days, he has been traveling around in the name of Hong, Yu Celestial Venerable, persuading other races to start a war against the human race. Our Celestial Venerable has agreed to this matter. Coincidentally, a crack appeared at the border of the Devil Realm. He predicted that you would come to check the crack, so he asked Emotion Venerable to send us to kill you. But I don't know where he is now, and whether he has left the Devil Realm. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent was strong. This Qianji has really put in a lot of effort just to kill me. When he was in the 6th heaven, he did not have the chance to find trouble with me. But when he was in the 7th heaven and was recognized by Hong, you Celestial Venerable, he never stopped. He tried every means to kill me. Do you know where he's going next? He mentioned that his next stop was the demon race's immortal realm. But I really don't know if he has left the Devil Realm. We can't know the situation in the 7th heaven in the other world. Lu Chen nodded, then asked, how many races have agreed to start a war against the human race? When Qianji talked to us about this, he said that his trip was very successful and that the war against the human race was almost finalized. He just needed to inform some other races. It's been finalized? Lu Chen frowned. Could it be that he deliberately exaggerated it in order to persuade you? Yes, as long as a certain number of celestial venerables agree to the war. Even if a small number of them disagree, it will be ineffective. Moreover, I only heard that some celestial venerables were not interested in it, but I didn't hear of anyone opposing it. So it should be true, Chi-Mang said. Lu Chen's frown deepened. If this is successful, when will the war of the myriad clans begin? Every race will need some time to prepare. The war will begin in about 4 to 5 years. At that time, the 10 most powerful celestial venerables will be chosen from the 10 races, and the human race will choose the 10 most powerful celestial venerables. The final battle will determine the survival of the human race. Lu Chen's heart tightened. There are only 4 to 5 years left. Lu Chen did not expect that after changing the timeline, he would be the cause of this final battle. His grudge with Qianji was the key factor in this final battle. Last question. Qianji is just an itinerant immortal. Why does Hong Yu think so highly of him? Qianji is good at scheming and planning. Hong Yu needs a subordinate like him. But what really makes Hong Yu think highly of him is his strength. Isn't he just an itinerant immortal? Chi-Mang said, puppeteer is the most special profession among the 9 major professions. Their fighting power mainly comes from puppets, and Qianji is a genius puppeteer. His puppeteer creation and puppeteer control skills are terrifying. After he modified one of Hong Yu's Sengoku puppets, not only did it become more powerful, but he could also control it easily. Hanyu saw this and gave a Sengoku puppet to Qianji on the spot. After that, she thought highly of him. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. His mortal enemy was not only very sinister, but also seemed to be quite strong. No wonder he was chosen to be the Heaven Domain boss. Solipsistic, I have told you everything I know. You should keep your promise and let me go. Suddenly, the god-slaying spear pierced into Qi Mang's abdomen. Qi Mang looked at Lu Chun in fear. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. You went back on your words, Lu Chun snorted. I said I would consider it. I didn't say I would let you go. Actually, you are too naive. Did you forget that I said from the start that all of you have to die? After that, Lu Chun pierced Qi Mang's abdomen and took out his spirit core. Chapter 1301. After killing so many people, there were only a few pieces of equipment left. After these people died, the equipment would automatically return to the backpack. Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, Sky Thief, can you get the equipment? Sky Thief said, Don't even think about the equipment. These people's equipment are definitely divine artifacts and will definitely recognize their master. Even if you take it, it will just be a pile of trash. No way, that's too bad. But I can sneak a look at other things. And Sky Thief immediately transformed and busied himself. Pills, materials, and spirit tablets were thrown in front of Lu Chun one by one. Lu Chun, do you want battle pets and puppets? If you want them, it might take some time to tame them. Lu Chun couldn't even afford to raise Little Beast and the others. Moreover, these people didn't seem to have any good battle pets or puppets. Forget it, I don't want them. Lu Chun was busy counting the spoils of war. There were 3 to 4 million spirit tablets alone and a large number of materials, all of which were of high quality. Not long after, Sky Thief finally returned to Lu Chun and placed a stack of spirit tablets in Lu Chun's hand. This is all. They wouldn't have brought all their wealth with them. There are still some good things that can't be stolen. Lu Chun was already very excited. All right. To be able to get so much is already an unexpected harvest. Ha. My fortune has been pretty good recently. Maybe it's because they are far away from Yifan. Sure enough, killing and plundering was the best way to make money. Aren't you going to activate the altar? Sky Thief asked. Lu Chun looked back and suddenly frowned. A large group is coming. Let's go. There were small groups of mutated beasts searching the forest. There were also some Sengoku hiding somewhere. Lu Chun didn't want to attract trouble and carefully traveled through the forest. During this time, Lu Chun also came across a few altars. However, he didn't know if the mutated beasts had been guided, but they actually started to set up traps around the altars. He saw 3 Sengoku being surrounded and killed with his own eyes. Lu Chun could only give up on these small altars and rush towards the center of the otherworldly continent. Half a month later, a large-scale battle took place at an altar in the distance. More than 100 Sengoku were ambushed by the beast squad. Both sides fought fiercely and gradually deviated from the altar. This opportunity wasn't too good, but it was still very rare. After Lu Chun saw the situation clearly, he carefully leaned over and secretly placed a few beast cores on it. The activation of the altar failed. 100 wouldn't be enough. 200. Lu Chun simply kept the beast cores and placed 10 Sengoku spirit cores on it. Finally, the spiritual fire in the surroundings began to flourish, and the altar was activated. Quick! Lu Chun urged anxiously. With such a huge commotion at the altar, he would definitely be discovered. As expected, after the altar was activated, a group of exotic beasts immediately rushed over. At the same time, the altar sprite appeared. I want to be guided to know where this otherworldly place is. What is its relationship with the Jutian? Lu Chun anxiously asked. At this time, more than 30 exotic beasts had already rushed over. Lu Chun quickly summoned the sub-originator, while he activated the celestial demon symbiosis and wielded the sacred lotus sword heart. The sprite behind him said, "You asked 2 questions." While defending against the enemy, Lu Chun shouted, "I clearly asked a question." "Well, What is the relationship between this otherworldly place and the Jyotian? The Jyotian devours the world, and this is just one of the battlefields. Spear speed. Lu Chun killed an exotic beast with one move and shouted back, "Louder! I can't hear you!" The scene was extremely chaotic. More and more exotic beasts rushed over. Not only did Lu Chun and the sub-originator have to fight the enemy, but they also couldn't leave the altar. The altar sprite had no choice but to raise its voice and shout. I said, "The Jyotian devours the world, and this is just one of the battlefields." After saying that, it didn't forget to roll its eyes at Lu Chun. "Can't you say you believe this? What battlefield? Break the sky with a sword, die." The sprite was speechless. If it hadn't seen him kill an exotic beast, it would have thought that this kid was going to kill it. "I'm only a level 4 altar spirit, so I can only answer you this much. If you want to know the answer, you'll have to go to a higher level altar. I've answered all your questions, so I'll be leaving now." After saying that, the altar spirit quickly disappeared, extinguishing much faster than usual. Lu Chun was speechless. He had risked his life to ask a question, and this was the result he got. However, he could only use this altar once a day, and there was nothing he could do if the sprite left. "Sub-originator, let's go." Lu Chun hurriedly fled to the west with the sub-originator. After running for a long time, Lu Chun finally got rid of the exotic beast behind him. With the Jyotian star, it was much easier to escape. Lu Chun washed his face by the stream and leaned against the sub-originator to rest. "Sub-originator, the sprite said that this is the battlefield to resist the Jyotian devouring. The Jyotian devouring. What is it devouring?" Lu Chun shook his head. How many spirit nuclei would be needed for a higher level altar? The key was that he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't return before the exotic beasts opened the level 9 altar, there was no way he could escape from the million-strong army of exotic beasts. While Lu Chun was worrying about this matter, a slight noise came from the forest, and 7 or 8 Sengoku walked out. Lu Chun was distracted and didn't notice them in advance. After seeing them, Lu Chun immediately stood up and looked at them vigilantly. After seeing them clearly, Lu Chun was stunned. These people were all immortal kings of the human race, 6 men and 2 women. Lu Chun recognized one of them at a glance. "Mulong, solipsistic. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side," Mulong said to his companion. Then, Mulong walked in front of Lu Chun and asked, "Why are you here alone?" Lu Chun still didn't completely let down his guard. "I came to this strange world alone. Why are you here?" "We also came to explore this strange world," Mulong said. "But we didn't expect this strange world to be so strong. As soon as we came out of the crack, 2 out of the 10 of us were killed by the exotic beasts. Now we can only hide in the forest for the time being and wait for the exotic beast army to leave in half a month. Then we can return to the 7th layer of heaven." Lu Chun also knew this news, and Mulong told Lu Chun personally, which meant that he didn't lie to him. Lu Chun slightly let down his guard. "Lone Kwang, come with us. It's too dangerous for you to be alone," Mulong said. One of Mulong's teammates said disdainfully, "Mulong, the 10 of us are the top among the 5-star Sengoku. Even so, 2 of us were killed at the beginning, and now we can only hide. You just randomly pulled someone in. Aren't you afraid that he'll be a burden?" "That's right, we're surrounded by enemies. If we're not careful, we'll all be implicated." Mulong turned to look at his teammates. "Don't worry, he's much stronger than me. He won't be a burden to us." "Much stronger than you? What a joke. We're on par with each other. If he's much stronger than you, doesn't that mean he's stronger than all of us? He didn't even notice us approaching. Where did he get his strength from?" "Among the 5-star Sengoku, if we're talking about someone who's much stronger than you, it's only Xianjian. In order to pull him in, you lied about his strength." "Mulong, I'm afraid you'll get us all killed." At this moment, a woman stepped forward and sized up Lu Chun. "You, when did you enter this strange world?" "More than half a month ago," Lu Chun replied. "More than half a month? You've been alone?" "That's right." The woman turned to her teammates and said, "This person was able to survive in this strange world for more than half a month. No matter what, he must be extraordinary. I think we can bring him along." Chapter 1302. Lu Chun patted Mulong. Mulong, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have something to do. I might not be able to travel with you. Mulong looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Lone tyrant, you don't have to worry. I will convince them. Lu Chun smiled. I'm not worried about that. I really have something to do. I need to go to the level 9 altar. The level 9 altar? What are you going to do there? The amount of beast cores needed to activate a level 9 altar is shocking. We can't gather them in such a short time. Moreover, a large army of mutated beasts is heading there. It's very dangerous for you to go there now. The woman beside him said, the level 9 altar isn't something that outsiders like us can activate. How could Lucha not know this? He had killed so many people, but it was only enough to activate the level 4 altar. 10 times the amount of beast cores. He didn't know how much he would need to activate the level 9 altar. Isn't the mutated beast army going to activate the level 9 altar? I plan to seize this opportunity to snatch their opportunity. What? Solipsistic, are you crazy? You're courting death. Mulong said in shock. The woman frowned and looked at Lu Chun again. This guy is very strange. I can't sense his spiritual energy path. What? This guy didn't open his immortal path? You are a loose immortal? No, he's a human king. Mulong casually replied. The woman's brain almost short-circuited and she froze. Mulong looked at Lu Chun and said anxiously, Solipsistic, you have to think clearly. Even if you're strong, when you face a million mutated beasts, I'm afraid you'll die without a chance of survival. Lu Chun took a deep breath. In the 7th layer of heaven, relationships were thin. It was rare to meet someone who cared about him. Perhaps Su Xian might not be heartless, but he hit it too deeply. I know, but there's a question that I have to find the answer to. Lu Chun said firmly. If I leave here, I might never have the chance. Mulong continued to stare at Lu Chun. Seeing that he had no intention of wavering, he finally sighed. All right, I got it. Solipsistic, we've sought guidance from the altars in front. The alien beast army will activate the level 9 altars in half a month's time. That's when the defense of the rift is at its weakest. But even so, it's not like there are no defenders there. When the time comes, Sengoku's army will definitely launch an all-out attack. You won't be able to make it back in time from the level 9 altar. Once you miss it, the crack will close. Keep this 1,000-mile traction talisman well. When the time comes, if you can complete the mission alive, activate this talisman. At this moment, the woman finally recovered from her shock. When she saw Mulong pass the 1,000-mile traction talisman to Lu Chun, she said in astonishment, Mulong, for the 1,000-mile traction talisman to be effective, someone must cooperate with it from 1,000 miles away. When the time comes, you'll have one less chance to escape. Don't you plan to leave? Lu Chun stared at Mulong with his eyes wide open. Brother Long, I can't take this thing. Take it. Mulong said, you know you're going to die, but you still want to go to the dragon pool. I don't admire many people, but you, Solipsistic, are one of them. 2 days. I'll wait for you for 2 days. If I die in 2 days, I'm sorry. I can't help you. If I don't die, use this talisman, I'll respond. There was no doubt that these 2 days would be a tough battle. It might even be comparable to Lu Chun facing a 105-star Sengoku alone. Even though Lu Chun and Mulong had only met twice, and the last time was on the arena, but the two of them were already friends of life and death. Lu Chun took a deep breath and put away the 1,000-mile traction talisman. Brother Mulong, if we can leave this place alive, I'll definitely go to the Grand White Grotto Heaven and drink with you. With that, Lu Chun turned around and disappeared into the forest with the big white tiger. The woman looked at Lu Chun's back and frowned. Mulong, do you know what you're doing? Mulong took a deep breath. I know. I've been immortal for too long. Sometimes I even forget that I was once a hot-blooded person like him. Hot-blooded? This word had become very unfamiliar after a few hundred years. That, is he really the human king? Oh no, he's the king of savages. Mulong suddenly remembered this. King of savages? The woman didn't know how to react and just muttered, he's really wild. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun had already stayed in the forest for more than 10 days. In these 2 days, he didn't find any traces of Sengoku. Instead, he saw many strange beasts moving into the depths of the forest in groups. Perhaps it was because the level 9 altar was about to be activated, or perhaps the strange beasts didn't find Sengoku nearby, but they gave up on guarding the altar. However, as Lu Chun went deeper into the forest, there were many high-level altars nearby. Lu Chun finally found a small altar with great difficulty. After observing it for a while, Lu Chun confirmed that it was safe and crept onto the altar. It should be level 5. I don't know if I have enough beast cores or spirit cores. Beast cores were easy to find in the low-level heavens, but they were rare in the 7th heaven. Lu Chun only had a few left from the Myriad World Maze. Together with more than 60 Sengoku spirit cores, Lu Chun used up all his wealth and finally activated the altar. Do you want to obtain power or guidance? Lu Chun took a deep breath. Can I ask first, if I want to obtain power, what price do I have to pay? I will return a portion of the spirit energy from the spirit cores you sacrificed to you, and your body will have to endure the pain caused by the expansion of the spirit energy for a short period of time. The elf beauty said briefly. Lu Chun could directly absorb 100% of those beast cores, so he disdained to obtain power before. But it was different now. There were 56 level 5 Sengoku spirit cores here, which Lu Chun couldn't absorb. Lu Chun pondered for a moment. Although he still had many questions, the upcoming battle would be extremely dangerous. It wouldn't be easy to slip away from an army of strange beasts with strength comparable to a level 5 Sengoku. I want power, Lu Chun said decisively. The girl placed her hand on Lu Chun's head. This is the power you want. A powerful force poured down like a river bursting a dam. Lu Chun was almost scattered by the fierce spirit energy, just like when he was in the Star River waterfall for the first time. Lu Chun hurriedly shouted, Divine Demon Symbiosis. Dragon God form. Don't resist the spirit energy, the elf suddenly said. Lu Chun's mind raced. He had to absorb the spirit energy, not resist it. He hurriedly pushed out the 2 major states, and, at the same time, forced himself to calm down. Use spirit following your heart. Gradually, Lu Chun's expression didn't seem so fierce. He began to absorb the spirit energy, and his spirit energy was rapidly increasing. Just a few dozen seconds later, the bestowment of power had ended. The elf girl looked at Lu Chun with some hesitation, because this human in front of her didn't faint like the others, and even directly die. He stood there very calmly. If not for the fierce spirit energy overflowing uncontrollably from his body, the elf girl would even suspect that her bestowment of power had failed. It's spirit following your heart. Interesting, a 13-star human king actually mastered spirit following your heart. Oh no, it's 14-star savage king. Lu Chun opened his eyes slightly and glanced at his badge. The rank that hadn't changed for a long time had now risen to 14 stars. Chapter 1303. Damn, no wonder the beast here is so strong. This place must be cheating, Lu Chun said angrily. When he looked up, he saw that the elven beauty was still there. Sister, why are you still here? Hurry up and leave, or I'll be discovered, Lu Chun said hurriedly. The elven woman was a little embarrassed, and she disappeared. Lu Chun hurriedly hid in the bushes. Lu Chun's level had reached the 14-star king of savages. The good news was that he had leveled up, and his current strength was much stronger than before. The bad news was that he was still a king of savages. Do I have to keep leveling up like this? Lu Chun shook his head helplessly. It was not that he had never thought of such a situation, but he was a little depressed. It seemed that he would not be able to become an immortal in this lifetime. However, it was not the first time he had become a king of savages. Lu Chun was more than happy. This leveling up had come at the right time. Due to Lu Chun's all-creation bloodline and the bonus from his mount, his attributes had increased by a total of 70%. After this leveling up, Lu Chun's spiritual energy had reached 170 million. In the celestial realm, every time he leveled up, his 3 dimensions would also increase automatically. His 3 dimensions had also increased greatly. How many stars am I attributes equivalent to a Sengoku now? I could defeat a 6-star Sengoku at 13 stars. Don't tell me, I'm already a venerable immortal at 14 stars. Luchan thought, but quickly rejected this idea. The reason was very simple. He was very confident that he must have been fighting above his level in the past. If he was fighting above his level, then a 1-star increase would not be able to increase his combat strength by so much. For example, when Luchan was a 1-star cultivator, he could fight against a 1-star cultivator. When Luchan reached 2-star cultivator, the increase in his attributes was actually not much in Theo, the Great's eyes. However, no matter what, at least after leveling up, his chances of survival had increased by several times. 3 more days. Luchan's gaze was very determined. I don't believe that there is no heavenly demon Wutian equipment. In the last few days, Luchan secretly tailed the exotic beast army and moved deeper into the forest. 2 days later, Luchan followed a 10,000-strong exotic beast army and found the so-called Level 9 altar. From afar, the Level 9 altar looked like a towering mountain. It was many times larger than a Level 7 or Level 8 altar. Around the altar was a wide, flat area, which seemed to have been cleared out by the exotic beasts. An army of 1,000,000 strange beasts had gathered in front of the altar, and they were scattered around the altar. Luchan saw that some of the new teams had people who were responsible for collecting spirit cores and handing them over to a relatively large exotic beast. The exotic beast then placed the spirit cores on the top of the altar. At this moment, the steps in front of the altar were filled with spirit nuclei. There were hundreds of thousands of them. However, many of these spirit cores were different from ordinary spirit cores. They were more like beast cores. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that most of the spirit cores were actually the spirit cores of the exotic beasts themselves. In other words, for the sake of activating the altar, they had collected hundreds of thousands of their own beast cores. Good heavens, they really put in a lot of effort. Luchan retracted his head and leaned against a tree stump. He could already imagine how angry those fellows would be if he successfully snatched the altar to summon the exotic beasts. The most important thing was how he was going to break through the army of exotic beasts and reach the altar. At night, Luchan observed the distribution and movements of the exotic beasts. A few huge exotic beasts seemed to be counting the number of beast cores, and they were constantly shaking their heads. It can't be that it's still not enough, right? Luchan looked at those exotic beasts attentively. After a short discussion, the few large exotic beasts found the leaders of the exotic beast army. Both sides conversed for a while, and then the leaders roared a few times to the exotic beasts behind them. Not long after, a few exotic beasts rushed out from the army and followed the few large exotic beasts to an open space. Luchan observed every movement in the field, his brows furrowed. A bold guess appeared in his mind. There were not enough beast cores. They might have to wait until tomorrow. If there were still not enough beast cores by then, they would kill those exotic beasts who were willing to sacrifice themselves. There seems to be a chance. Luchan suddenly had an idea. The next morning, another army of exotic beasts came to join them, and at the same time, they brought some beast cores. Seeing the few large exotic beasts shaking their heads, it seemed that it was still not enough. Half an hour later, a large exotic beast led those exotic beasts who were ready to contribute their beast cores to the altar. Luchan began to feel nervous. His eyes were fixed on a certain exotic beast in the sacrificial team. He had a very strong connection with the source, so he could distinguish the special exotic beast from the many similar-looking exotic beasts. Source! Luchan shouted in a low voice, and his vision instantly shifted to the source. It turned out that last night, Luchan had asked the source to transform into an exotic beast and sneak into the sacrificial team. Luchan looked around. At this time, he was surrounded by exotic beasts, and below the altar, the entire plain was filled with exotic beasts. Soon, the team reached the top of the altar. Hundreds of exotic beasts were carrying the beast cores and putting them all on the altar. The sacrificial ceremony had begun. The few large exotic beasts did not hesitate. They killed the first exotic beast with their claws, took out its beast core, and put it on the altar. Seeing this, Lu Chun could not help but twitch the corner of his eyes. These exotic beasts were as strong as a 5-star Sengoku, but they did not resist at all and were willing to let their beast cores be taken away. At this time, Lu Chun even wanted to know what these exotic beasts wanted to do with the level 9 altar. However, now was not the time to be soft-hearted. Lu Chun had to seize this opportunity. He quietly pushed the same kind behind him forward and hid behind him. These exotic beasts did not expect that there would be a traitor among their companions. In any case, the group of exotic beasts was not organized, so no one noticed Lu Chun's little trick. There were only a few dozen exotic beasts left. The pillars of spiritual flames around the altar gradually lit up. The energy was almost there. The large exotic beasts moved even faster and took out beast cores with their claws. Lu Chun's eyes widened. How could these exotic beasts be so accurate? They just happened to kill the sacrificial team and activate the altar? No way. Right at this moment, the 4 pillars of spiritual flames around the altar suddenly erupted. The pillars of light soared into the sky, almost illuminating the entire starry sky. Immediately afterward, the projection of an extremely beautiful fairy woman gradually appeared. She was wearing a purple veil, and her clothes were half exposed. Her entire body was suspended in midair. The altar had been successfully activated. The woman gently pointed her index finger at the void, as if she were instructing the world. Her voice seemed to carry a magical power, and it was extremely pleasant to the ears. Do you want power or guidance? An exceptionally large exotic beast had appeared in front of the altar at some point. It lowered its head to the fairy projection and actually uttered a prophecy that Lu Chun could understand. Right at this moment, a small exotic beast suddenly rushed out from the sacrificial team and shouted at the fairy. The exotic beast directly spoke in human language. I want guidance. Heavenly demon Wu Tian, where are you? Chapter 1304. The leader of the exotic beasts was stunned. It had never imagined that the level 9 altar they had spent so many years to summon would be used by someone else. At the same time, the altar elf looked at the exotic beast. Seeing that the altar elf was not looking at it, the leader of the exotic beasts hurriedly said, "It's my offering. I want to get guidance. I want to get power." The altar elf looked at the leader of the exotic beasts. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. It was him who asked first. She chose to answer Lu Chun's question. Heavenless celestial demon is not in the Jiutian, but it's in the Jiutian. It's with you, but it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to get it. Now that the body of the suboriginator was controlled by Lu Chun, what it saw and heard was what Lu Chun saw and heard. After hearing the altar elf's answer, the suboriginator's mind went blank. Did the altar elf like to let others guess? It's in the Jiutian, but it's not in the Jiutian, and it's with me, but I can't get it? This answer was simply contradictory in every way. The only thing that Lu Chun felt was that heavenless celestial demon was not really non-existent. It existed. Your question has been answered. Next, the altar elf did not leave directly, but looked at the leader of the exotic beasts. You want to get power, but it's a pity that this opportunity has been used by someone else. But I can give you guidance for free. The leader of the exotic beasts stared at the altar elf with wide eyes. The day the void chaos fiend god wakes up is the day you'll be destroyed. The leader of the exotic beasts said angrily, as long as we can wake up the void chaos fiend god, we don't care about any price. The female elf looked at the leader of the exotic beasts with firm eyes. Even all the exotic beasts around had the same expression. In the end, the altar elf could only sigh. Everything in the world is a cycle of cause and effect. There must be a cause and an effect. After saying that, the female elf turned around, and her figure became fainter and fainter. The spiritual fire of the level 9 altar gradually weakened. After a moment of silence, a furious roar suddenly sounded. Roar! I'll kill you! The leader of the mutated beasts was enraged, and it pounced over. Lu Chen also reacted. Little Yuan, break out of the encirclement. Lu Chen returned the control of Origin to Origin, then quickly returned to his main body and rushed towards Origin. Xiao Yuan didn't care about the strange beast leader at all. He turned around and fled. The leader of the strange beast became even more enraged after missing its target. It raised its head to the sky and roared. Immediately afterward, countless exotic beasts swarmed toward Xiao Yuan, blocking his path. At the same time, behind the exotic beast army, a golden figure was sprinting towards them. Lu Chen had already activated Celestial Demon Symbiosis and Dragon God form and shot over from the back of the army. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Saint Lotus Sword Heart. Streaks of sword chi slashed forward. Little Yuan, quick! When the beast army noticed someone behind them, a large group of beasts immediately pounced at Lu Chen. These mutated beasts were extremely powerful, and a single Saint Lotus Sword Heart was unable to kill them. The most terrifying thing was that these strange beasts didn't fear death. One was repelled by Lu Chen, but the other 10 pounced on him again. Devil Doppelganger. Buddha Doppelganger. Lu Chen created a doppelganger to help him relieve the pressure. Jiutian Star. Ice element to fire element. Raging flames burning the sky. The ground was penetrated by a terrifying force gushing out from the ground. A kilometer away from Lu Chen, flames and lava soared into the sky. Those strange beasts activated their spiritual power shields, and the spiritual power shields of hundreds of thousands of strange beasts merged into a huge spiritual shield to resist the raging flames burning the sky. Under the joint efforts of hundreds of thousands of strange beasts, the raging flames burning the sky, activated by 40,000 fire affinity, was easily suppressed. Of course, Lu Chen wasn't surprised by this result. While they were resisting the raging flames burning the sky, Lu Chen had finished charging his Heaven's Wrath Spear. The second AoE skill. Void Attack, God-Killing Spear, Heaven's Wrath Spear. Those strange beasts didn't expect this guy to have a more powerful AoE skill. They wanted to surround and kill him after resisting the raging flames burning the sky, but they were delayed by the Heaven's Wrath Spear. Lu Chen didn't care whether the Heaven's Wrath Spear could kill the enemies or not. While the strange beasts were delayed, Lu Chen dashed toward the source. The source was in an extremely dangerous situation. The army of strange beasts in front of it had begun to attack it with elements, and the leader of the strange beasts was chasing after it. Looking at its ferocious expression, it couldn't wait to tear the source into pieces. The source tried to escape several times, but it was blocked by the army of strange beasts in the end. Go to hell. The leader of the strange beasts shouted angrily and jumped up high. Purple spiritual power surged from the leader's left forelimb, and then a huge phantom of a ghost claw was formed in the air. The claw alone was 100 meters long, and the tip of the claw was sharp and emitting a cold purple light. Heaven's Might, Purple Flame, Heavenly Demon Claw. For a moment, a fierce wind blew, and the spiritual power almost forced the army of strange beasts to retreat. The leader had seen that the source could defend against physical attacks and spiritual attacks many times, and it could even absorb those attacks. This attack was the Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was the weakest part of the source's defense. The leader's level was obviously higher than that of the ordinary strange beasts, and this attack carried the leader's endless anger. Although the attack had just been completed, it had already stirred up heaven and earth and caused the wind and clouds to roll over. The source had no way to retreat, so it could only take the attack head-on. However, the source couldn't withstand the Heaven's Wrath Spear in its current state. Source retreat. Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind the source. Void Attack, God-Killing Spear, Heaven's Wrath Spear. Between heaven and earth, the shadow of a huge spear, like a streamer, crossed thousands of soldiers and horses and shot toward the leader of the strange beasts. In just a moment, the two super powerful attacks collided with each other. With a loud bang, thousands of waves were stirred up, and the aftermath of the violent spiritual power roared between heaven and earth. Then, the two figures were sent flying backward at the same time. Lu Chan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness was blurred. The strength of the leader is so horrible that it can survive my heaven's wrath spear. What is the leader's level? At the same time, the leader's situation was not optimistic. It was sent flying backward and hit the base of the altar, directly penetrating half of the base. Lu Chun tried to move, but found that he couldn't move at all. At this moment, although he had temporarily defeated the leader of the strange beasts, there were still millions of strange beasts around him. Damn it, my spiritual power is in chaos, and I can't move my body. In front of the crack, tens of thousands of Sengoku were fighting fiercely with the 500,000 strange beasts stationed here. Those bastards left so many troops to guard the crack. They don't want us to leave here. Whether we can escape or not depends on our luck. There were battlefields everywhere. Some people were besieged, some tried to break through, some had escaped into the crack, and some had died in the battle. The scene was chaotic, and there were countless battlefields, big and small. At this time, a small team of 8 human beings had just killed 7 strange beasts. Mulan, go. If you don't go, you won't have a chance. The 500,000 strange beasts were several times more numerous than the Sengoku. Moreover, the Sengoku were fighting on their own without a leader. If this went on, they would be defeated. Now, they had to run as long as they could. You guys go first. I can't go yet. Mulong took out a talisman and looked at it anxiously. That guy hadn't used 1,000 miles guiding talisman, so he couldn't leave yet. Chapter 1305. Lu Chun could not move at all. Su Yuan hurriedly picked up Lu Chun with its mouth and broke out of the encirclement with him. Fortunately, Lu Chun had severely injured the leader at the same time, causing the army of strange beasts to be in chaos. Even so, these strange beasts were still a terrible threat to Su Yuan. All kinds of skills were thrown at Su Yuan. Endless beasts swarmed towards Su Yuan. Before long, Su Yuan's body was covered with wounds. Lu Chun watched Su Yuan desperately protect its master. If this went on, they would all die here. But at this moment, his body was as heavy as lead, and he could not even lift his hand. Sky Thief, quick, that talisman. A talisman appeared in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun could not move, and his spiritual energy was scattered, so he could not activate the guiding talisman. Su Yuan, on the other hand, could not activate the guiding talisman. When Lu Chun tried several times, the rocks under the altar suddenly moved, and a bloody claw stretched out from the pile of rocks. I'm going to kill you. The leader's voice was heard. He had recovered before Lu Chun. Lu Chun opened his eyes wide. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave at all. At this moment of life and death, Lu Chun's left arm suddenly moved, and the spiritual energy in his left arm began to return to normal. At this critical moment, the emptiness of God's and demons' arm recovered before Lu Chun's body. Lu Chun raised his left arm and pressed it on the guiding talisman. However, the talisman did not respond. Damn it, I don't have enough spiritual energy to activate the talisman. Lu Chun cursed. He could not believe that one day he could not even activate a talisman because of insufficient spiritual energy. Seeing that the leader of strange beasts was about to come out of the rubble, Lu Chun's mind raced. The spiritual energy in his body was too chaotic, and the only thing he could use was some low-level cultivation methods. Thinking of this, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and tried his best. 3 lives reincarnation. Triple door. Entanglement of spider silk. Su Yuan go. Cobweb entanglement. In layer 1, this was the first boss skill that Lu Chun had obtained. Lu Chun would never have dreamed that he would actually use this skill to deal with an exotic beast comparable to a 5-star Sengoku. However, although the entanglement of spider silk's level was low, it had the advantage of catching the beasts off guard, or perhaps the beasts weren't on guard against Lu Chun at all. It actually managed to trap the beasts in the front row. The beasts were enraged and broke free from the entanglement of the spider silk. However, as soon as they broke free, they discovered that the traitor exotic beast had already escaped the encirclement with a human in its mouth and was teleporting away. Roar! Tens of thousands of exotic beasts pounced in the direction the two of them had escaped. With such a low-level teleportation skill, it would not be easy to escape from their clutches. Lu Chen's spiritual energy was slowly recovering, at least enough for him to continue using the triple door. A few minutes later, Lu Chen finally sorted out the spiritual energy in his body and quickly withdrew the sub-originator. 9 void steps. Lu Chen's speed suddenly increased. However, the army of exotic beasts behind him was in large groups. Wherever they passed, the dense forest was flattened and the ground rumbled. Their momentum was mighty. After all, Lu Chen was seriously injured, and his speed could not be any faster. If he wanted to completely get rid of the army behind him, his only chance was to find the guy he had only met twice. He took out the traction talisman again. However, the battle on the other side of the crack should have lasted for half an hour. Was that guy still there? Lu Chen did not care so much. He pressed one hand on the talisman. This time, the talisman glowed slightly, waiting for the response of the person thousands of miles away. The battle on Lu Chen's side was extremely fierce, and the battle on the other side of the crack was not easy either. Mu Long and a woman were surrounded by 8 exotic beasts. That woman was the one who had supported Lu Chen to join the team. At this time, Mu Long and the woman had been hid in many places. Their long robes were stained with blood, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Mu Long, there are more and more exotic beasts. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. The woman said anxiously. Feng Wu, you go first. I promised Solipsistic to wait for him for 2 days. Mu Long forced back an exotic beast with his sword. At the same time, it affected the wound under his ribs. He hurriedly swallowed an elixir and pressed on the wound. Don't joke around. Who can last 2 days here? Feng Wu shouted. We've waited for him here for almost half an hour. We've done our best. Since I promised him, I won't break my promise. Mu Long said firmly. You go first. Don't stay here and die with me. Mu Long's words seemed to indicate that he was prepared to die here. Feng Wu was angry and anxious. Why must you wait for him? We've known each other for 200 years, and I've never seen you sacrifice your life for someone. Because he's our hope. Mu Long suddenly said the reason. I used to be a genius, but after becoming an immortal, I realized something. Even after becoming an immortal, you and I are nothing more than Jiutian playthings. We've indeed become stronger step by step, but think about it. Do we really have the ability to change anything? No, we haven't changed anything. We're just following the Jiutian rules. But that person is different. He's walking a different path from us. I just want to see if he can find the answer that I've been looking for. The ultimate answer of the Jiutian. Feng Wu fought off 2 exotic beasts as she spoke, but her mind wasn't on the enemy at all. Mu Long's words were like an electric shock to her. It turned out that Mu Long really admired Lu Chen, but that was his real purpose. Mu Long stumbled after fighting off 2 exotic beasts and smiled. I've lived by the rules for hundreds of years. So what if I die? I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is that I'll continue living like this. In the distance, a large exotic beast had just torn a Sengoku to pieces. Seeing that there were 2 more prey here, it ran toward them on all 4s. Seeing this, Feng Wu came back to herself and cried out, Shit, it's the leader of the exotic beasts. That guy is as capable as a level 7. Mu Long, run. Just then Mu Long was dazed for a moment, then quickly took out a traction talisman. The talisman lit up. That guy. Mu Long's eyes widened, and he immediately injected spiritual essence into the talisman. Thousands of kilometers away, the 2 of them activated the traction talismans at the same time. Instantly, a dazzling white light burst out. The next second, all the exotic beasts in front of the level 9 altar looked ahead in bewilderment. The prey they had been chasing had suddenly disappeared. The rocks under the altar were finally blasted away. Seeing the white light, one of the beasts roared, "Arg!" At the same time, the large exotic beast pounced, only to realize that it missed its target. That white light had blocked its vision, and the woman had taken the man far away to avoid the attack. However, there was another person in front of the man. Mulong was still there. Lu Chen looked around and saw that everything was in chaos. Mulong had used up too much spiritual essence and was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Chen carried Mulong on his back and said to the woman, "What are you waiting for? Run." After saying that, he grabbed the woman's hand and ran toward the crack without giving her any chance to explain. Chapter 1306. Lu Chen wasn't in a good state either, but it wasn't hard for him to escape from a dozen beasts. After a few leaps, Lu Chen had already reached the crack. The beasts behind him couldn't catch up anymore. Lu Chen didn't even look back as he charged into the crack. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Chen brought Mulong and Feng Wu out from the other side of the crack. The humans and demons formed a line of defense. Many people were helping Sengoku, who was returning from the crack. At the same time, they were guarding against the beasts coming from the other side. However, even though they were defending the crack, the humans and demons were defending their own areas. Even the major forces only cared about receiving their own people. Lu Chen didn't belong to any force, and no one was helping him out. He brought Mulong and Feng Wu into the humans' immortal realm, found a place where no one was looking, and used the teleportation talisman to return to the immortal spirit grotto heaven. "Hey, you can let go of my hand now." Feng Wu stood in place, unwilling to move forward. Lu Chen was stunned. Only then did he realize that he hadn't let go of Feng Wu's hand, and now his hands were sweaty. I'm sorry, I was nervous and forgot. That, you and Mulong are immortal partners, right? I didn't mean to." Lu Chen was a little flustered. While Mulong was unconscious, he took advantage of his immortal partner. This was a little inappropriate, and he had to explain it clearly. Mulong's cave residence and mine are not far from each other, and our strength is similar, so we often spar or team up. Feng Wu said, "He can be considered my only friend in the 7th layer of heaven." Lu Chen frowned slightly. "You're willing to stay with him until the end, so you're also a friend of life and death." Feng Wu smiled helplessly. In the 7th heaven, it's already rare to have a friend of life and death. Everyone wants to climb the path of immortality. How can there be a friend of life and death? Lu Chen felt that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary, but since she told him so much, he didn't ask anymore. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Feng Wu looked up at the cave in front of her. "Is this the cave you took from Mulong?" Lu Chen smiled. "Yes, I originally wanted to send Mulong back to Grand White Grotto Heaven, but I was a little worried, so I decided to bring him to my cave abode first." Lu Chen didn't understand the feelings of these immortals and said, "Let's go back to the cave abode first. The cave abode is full of spirit power. You and Mulong can have a good rest." Feng Wu didn't want to go to Lu Chen's cave, but seeing the unconscious Mulong, she was a little worried. In the end, she entered the cave with Lu Chen. In the immortal spirit paradise, Jiu Yi Fan, and Ling Long were all cultivating in the cultivation room. When Li Shang and the others saw Lu Chen carrying one and carrying another back to his cave, they hurried over. "Chenera, this is..." Li Shang looked confused. When Lu Chen left, he was alone. Why did he come back with 3 people? Moreover, putting aside the unconscious person, although the other woman was just standing on the side, they could feel the terrifying pressure coming from her. "Sengoku." Jin Wan's eyes widened. Lu Chen brought back 2 Sengoku. Lu Chen said hurriedly, "Uncle Li, hurry and bring Lil Green here." "Okay, I'll go now." There were many chambers in the immortal spirit grotto heaven. They found a chamber, and Lu Chen put Mulong down. Lu Yi came back from the garden. As soon as the little fur ball saw Lu Chen, it excitedly jumped onto Lu Chen's shoulder and rubbed its furry little head affectionately against Lu Chen's cheek. The little guy had been following Lu Chen's orders to keep Lu Yi safe. Now that it finally saw its boss, it abandoned Lu Yi. Little Green checked Mulong's condition. The external injuries weren't serious, but his spiritual core was slightly damaged because of the lack of spiritual essence. Lu Yi fed him some pills, and he would be fine after some rest. Little Green looked at Feng Wu. "Miss, you're injured as well. Do you want me to take a look at you?" "Miss?" Feng Wu was surprised. It had been a long time since anyone had called her that. She didn't refuse. Little Green checked her condition and gave her some pills. After taking them, Feng Wu nodded at Little Green. "Thank you very much." Mulong and Feng Wu settled down for the time being. Lu Chun led Little Green back to his room and summoned Originator. Although Originator still looked like a beast, both Little Green and the little fluffy ball could tell from its gentle eyes that it was Originator. Seeing that Originator was covered in wounds, the little fluffy ball jumped to Originator's side and rubbed its head against Originator, as if to comfort it. Lu Chun said anxiously, "Little Green, Originator was hit by a lot of elemental attacks, and it's recovering very slowly this time." Little Green checked Originator's condition right away. The wounds caused by the elemental attacks can't be healed with recovery pills. Different elements require different pills. Little Green frowned. "Boss, I don't think I can get so many pills at once." Lu Chun said anxiously. "Then, is there any other way?" "Oh, right, I have a lot of herbs here. Take a look." Lu Yi shook her head. "Boss, it's not about the herbs. It's about the formulas. I only have a dozen formulas for immortal elixirs." Lu Chun looked at Originator sympathetically. Normally, its wounds would have healed by now, but Originator had been hit so many times that it showed no signs of recovery. If this went on, even Originator wouldn't be able to hold on. In terms of size, Originator was already a size smaller than when it first turned into a beast. The essence of nature was nurtured by spiritual essence, and it seemed that Originator was using spiritual essence to fight off the elemental attacks. "The wounds are still worsening," Little Green said with concern as he examined Originator's wounds. Lu Chun looked at Originator with tears in his eyes. If it hadn't been for Originator, he would have died in the other world. Stroking Originator's head, Lu Chun said anxiously, "No, I have to save it. Little Green, is there any other way? I don't care what it takes." Lu Yi frowned. She was also worried. "There is more than one way. Besides taking elixirs, we can also use spiritual essence to help Originator recover. But these elements are different. There are at least hundreds of them, and I have never seen some of them before. It should be a mixed elemental attack. But where can we find so many people to help us?" "What? You mean spiritual essence can help Originator recover?" Lu Chun widened his eyes. "Yes, but there are so many elements." Lu Chun interrupted Little Green and said anxiously, "I can do it. Teach me how to do it." "Boss, don't you only have ice and fire elements? It's a long story. Just teach me how to heal Originator first." Lu Chun rolled up his sleeves and said to Little Furball, "Little Furball, go and call Little Furball." Soon, Little Furball came back hurriedly. "Dad, you finally—" Originator?" Little Furball was immediately attracted by the severely injured beast on the stone bed. He rushed over with red eyes. "Originator, is that you? What happened to you?" "No, Originator." "Stop shaking him. Originator is not dead yet. If you shake him again, you'll be in danger." Lu Chun didn't have time to explain. "Little Furball, support Originator." After that, Lu Chun sat behind Originator and pressed his palms on his back. "Little Green, let's start." Lu Chun concentrated. Chapter 1307. To heal the wounds of the source with the power of different elements, one had to control his spiritual power perfectly. Lu Chun didn't dare to be careless. Following Little Green's instructions, he healed the wounds of the source one by one. 1 hour, 2 hours. Lu Chun was sweating profusely. 3 hours, 4 hours. With the help of the Jyotian star, Lu Chun changed his spiritual power affinity according to the wounds. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the two extremes of yin and yang, ice, thunder, and poison. Some elements were mixed, and he had to change them to coexist. This was an extremely complicated operation. Every meridian, blood vessel, and muscle couldn't be wrong. Lu Chun had just returned to the cave abode and was not in a good state, which made it more difficult to heal the source. However, Lu Chun persisted. 5 hours later, the wounds of the source were basically healed. Just as Lu Chun was about to stop, he suddenly noticed that the spiritual power in the source was changing strangely. Lu Chun, who was exhausted, immediately cheered up and called Little Green. Little Green, what's wrong with the source? The spiritual energy in its body is rapidly changing. Is there something wrong with my operation? Little Green checked the source and asked in confusion, Boss, there seems to be nothing wrong with the source. Are you sure the spiritual power in its body is changing? I'm sure, Lu Chun said anxiously. It seems to be copying the elemental power that I left in its body. Lu Yi frowned and said, Elements are different combinations of spiritual power. The source is the essence of heaven and earth. It can imitate different elements as long as its spiritual power circulation structure is changed. However, it couldn't imitate the elemental power before. Why can it do it now? Boss, could it be that Little Originator has leveled up? Lu Chun was stunned. Upgraded? Where's the source? Is it awake? Are you sure it's okay? Hearing their conversation, the furry ball sniffed the source curiously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The originator smelled good. It was still alive. Little fur ball didn't eat dead things. If it found something fragrant, it meant that little originator was definitely still alive. However, Lu Chun was speechless. Sure enough, in the eyes of the little fur ball, they were still food. Little Green checked Sprout's condition again. Boss, I'm sure Sprout's body is fine. If I'm not wrong, Sprout is evolving. How much longer can you last? Lu Chun gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry about me. I can hold on. Then increase the output of spiritual power as much as possible. It might be helpful for the evolution of the sub-originator. I'll keep an eye on it. Lu Chun nodded. He pulled himself together and started to infuse the sub-originator with all kinds of elemental power. Lu Chun didn't need to be as cautious as before now that Lu Chun had recovered from his injuries. However, he still had to be careful when infusing spiritual energy into the origin. The next day, Mulong woke up. As soon as he walked out of his room, he saw Feng Wu coming out of her room at the same time. You're awake. Feng Wu smiled. Why are you here? You have to be cautious. I was worried that someone might set you up. Feng Wu went up to Mulong as she spoke, and the two of them sat down in the pavilion by the stream. Mulong smiled. I see that you were worried for nothing. Feng Wu nodded. Sort of. You weren't wrong this time. I was wrong. Solipsistic doesn't live up to his name. I don't think he's that arrogant. Mulong shook his head with a smile. You didn't see how arrogant he was the other day. When he fought me for the cave abode, he was able to intimidate all the other immortals, including Sengoku. How dare you say he's not arrogant? He's so arrogant. Feng Wu smiled. By the way, he asked me if I was your partner. Mulong turned to Feng Wu and looked a little embarrassed. Why did he ask that? When we escaped from the crack, you were unconscious, and he took me all the way to the cave abode. What? Mulong jumped to his feet. That brat, When Mulong realized what was going on, he saw Feng Wu snickering. Wait, she was exposed. All right, don't be mad. Feng Wu still had a smile on her face. It was an emergency, so he didn't have time to think about anything else. Plus, he was injured as well. I think he carried you on his back all the way and refused to hand you over to me. Mulong thought about it and realized that she was right. He was about to lose his life, so he didn't have time to think about anything else. For Feng Wu to speak up for him, that guy must have a good character. Plus, I'm not your partner. What's wrong with holding hands? Feng Wu looked at Mulong with a half smile. SSS, Mulong sucked in a breath of air. What a good general. Mulong couldn't win against that woman, so he could only change the topic. By the way, where's that brat? He used too much spiritual power to save his battle pet. He doesn't seem to be in a good condition. There's an alchemist treating him. After that, Feng Wu rose to her feet and said quietly, Mulong, we've been in the seventh heaven for hundreds of years. Have we ever seen anyone save a battle pet at the expense of their own safety? Mulong thought for a moment. I've seen plenty of people save battle pets, but no one would do it at the expense of their own safety. Feng Wu nodded. That's right. I haven't seen such a fool in years. Mulong, I suddenly understand why you save him at all costs. Let's stay here for a couple of days and wait for that guy to wake up. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. They waited for 3 days. 3 days later, Lu Chun finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lu Chun saw a group of people around his bed, which gave him a fright. Hey, why are there so many of you here? Lu Chun sat up. It's as if I'm going to die. Dad, you're finally awake. Where's Yuan? Yuan and Rhubarb are in the cultivation room, said Lu Yi. Boss, don't worry. They're fine. What about Mulong? At this moment, someone walked in from outside the door. I woke up the next day. You should be more concerned about yourself than about me. Mulong and Feng Wu walked in together. Mulong looked at Lu Chun and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You brought me back, but you were in a coma for even longer than I was. We've been waiting for you for 3 days. Is this how you treat your guests? Lu Chun smiled. It's not a bad idea to stay longer. Look at the cave I took from you. What do you think? Although the two of them had only just met after the battle in the other world, the two of them had become sworn friends. Since they were friends of life and death, Lu Chun returned to his original nature and couldn't help but tease this immortal king. Mulong threw a dirty look at Lu Chun. You're still in the mood to tease me? It seems that your injuries aren't serious enough. Let me tell you, I just didn't want to fight to the death with you at that auction. Mulong sneered. Hey, I'm not joking with you. Have you been to the Rank 9 altar? Lu Chun nodded. Yes, I stole their altar spirit and was chased by millions of beasts. Fortunately, I had your guiding talisman. Did you find anything? Lu Chun thought for a moment. Yes, a little, but it's hard to tell. Oh, by the way, I didn't ask clearly, but I know what the beasts want to do. Oh, what do they want to do? They seem to want to wake up the Void Chaos Fiend. Void Chaos Fiend. Mulong and Feng Wu exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 1308. Mulong also saw everyone's astonishment. He looked at Lu Chun and said, Solipsistic, when you fully recover, we will tell you more about this Void Chaos Demon God. That night, Yi Fan and the others came out of the cultivation room. After knowing that Lu Chun had returned, they hurried to Lu Chen's room. Lu Chen was no longer in a serious condition. He casually described the process of the crack. However, when he talked about snatching the right to use the level 9 altar, the three of them were still shocked. Escaping from under the nose of a mutated beast whose strength is comparable to a 5-star Sengoku. Master, you are too strong. Lu Chen did not mind. Don't talk about me. How is your cultivation? How long will it take to unlock the 2nd level of the special cultivation pagoda? Jiao, and Ling Long looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan said embarrassedly, Master, I've already unlocked the 2nd level. Ah, Lu Chun was also shocked. It has only been a month. Even if the 1st level's time ratio is 1.5, you have only cultivated for half a year. You have already unlocked the 2nd level? Yi Fan smiled. Master, this cultivation pagoda does not look at cultivation level. It looks at potential. I did not spend much effort to unlock the 2nd level. The 2nd level's time ratio is 1:10. The effect is not bad. I was trying to break through to the 3rd level these few days. Then, Junior Brother Little Beast secretly came in and said that you were back. So we hurried back. Lu Chen looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. He did not expect that the one who broke through to the 2nd level was Yi Fan. Jiao, or had the dark erosion set. Ling Long had a mysterious background, and her strength was already a 5-star true immortal. Her potential was not weak either. She was a 9 tribulation true immortal. In the end, among the 3 of them, Yi Fan was the first to break through to the 2nd level. This kid was quite strong. At this moment, Mulong and Feng Wu also came to Lu Chen's room. When Mulong came in, he could not help but size him up. Mulong, Feng Wu, you're here. Let me introduce you. Lu Chun introduced both sides at the same time. Ling Long cupped her fists and said, I didn't expect to meet two famous Sengoku here. Jur also said, for the two of you to lend a helping hand at such a critical moment, Jur is truly grateful. Yifan also cupped his fists. Thank you, seniors, for your assistance. Mu Long smiled. You're welcome. When we passed by earlier, we unintentionally overheard you talking about the special cultivation pagoda. We couldn't help but be curious and would like to ask this little friend Yifan. Senior, please ask, Yifan said politely. How many true immortals have you passed? Yifan turned to look at Lu Chun. He was a 10 tribulation true immortal. However, in order to avoid trouble, he usually told others that he was a 9 tribulation true immortal. Lu Chun nodded at him. It's okay. Mu Long and Feng Wu are both my friends. Just tell them the truth. Since his master said so, Yifan naturally didn't have to hide it anymore. Senior, I'm a 10 tribulation true immortal. 10 tribulation. Feng Wu's eyes widened. No wonder you could easily break the seal of the special cultivation pagoda. Yifan smiled embarrassedly. Senior Feng Wu, you flatter me. Actually, Sister Jiao and Sister Ling Long only almost passed. It's just that my luck was slightly better and I broke through first. Huh? Are you being too modest, or is that the truth? Could it be that these two are also 10 tribulation true immortals? Feng Wu didn't believe it. Sister Jiao is also a 10 tribulation true immortal. Although Sister Ling Long is a 9 tribulation true immortal, her comprehension and learning time are above us. Feng Wu's eyes widened. Ling Long, I seem to have heard of you before. You're from the Guling family? Ling Long bowed slightly. Senior Feng Wu's vision is extraordinary. Ling Long is indeed from the Guling family. Feng Wu and Mu Long looked at each other. Mu Long couldn't help but shake his head. Two of you are 10 tribulation true immortals and a junior of the Guling family. With this lineup, you can be considered a top team even in the human realm. The three of you are actually willing to follow Solipsistic? Yifan, you're his disciple? Your potential is 1 in a million, even among geniuses. Mu Long couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Feng Wu also agreed. This is the first time I've heard of a true immortal calling a mortal master. Moreover, it's such a rare, genius true immortal. Yifan smiled awkwardly. Senior, you're exaggerating. In front of Master, Yifan's ability isn't worth mentioning. Lu Chen frowned. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you trying to steal my people? Mu Long smiled and shook his head. I have no intention of taking in disciples. Moreover, I'm afraid I can't take in these 3 people. I'm just afraid they'll be deceived by you. Feng Wu looked at Mu Long in surprise. This guy usually didn't smile, but when he saw Solipsistic, he actually bickered with him. It was really rare. I'm here to tell you about the Void Chaos Demon God. Mu Long looked at Yifan and the others. Lu Chun said, everyone in the immortal spirit grotto heaven is one of us. There's no harm in saying it. Mu Long nodded. Everyone sat down and listened to Mu Long describe what they knew about the Void Chaos Demon God. It turned out that Mu Long and the others had also activated a few low-level altars during their trip to the Crack World. Because they were in a small team, they could change people to continuously summon the altar spirits. The information they obtained was much more than Lu Chun. Other than relying on sacrificing worlds to occupy more planets, the Jiuqian also seems to be constantly expanding and swallowing more worlds. However, the process isn't smooth sailing. Mu Long said, just like the Crack World we went to this time, there were hundreds of millions of powerful beasts living in it. The Jiuqian didn't manage to swallow this world. The Void Chaos Demon God was originally the guardian of the Void Chaos Demon God. In order to protect that world, he didn't hesitate to become a demon god and defeated the Jiuqian experts. Lu Chen frowned. There were hundreds of millions of beasts left now, and this was the number after reproducing for an unknown period of time. One could imagine how heavy their losses were back then. Not to mention less than 10%, there was probably less than 1% of them left. Those strange beasts are trying to awaken the void, chaos, fiend celestial. Perhaps it's to take revenge on the nine heavens, said Mulong, including their indiscriminate killing of immortal kings. It should also be because of hatred. The void chaos demon god has already become a demon. In order to avoid destroying his own world, he chose to seal himself. In the past 1,500 years, his demonization has become deeper and deeper, but he has always been in a state of slumber. Lu Chan frowned. So, once the void chaos demon god wakes up, the consequences are unpredictable? Mulong said, that's right. But we know that the crack was also created by those beasts. Since they can do it once, they can do it again. It's the same for the level 9 altar. They failed this time, but it might not be the same next time. At that time, I estimate that even if the void chaos demon god destroys the crack world, he will enter the 7th heaven through the crack. I'm afraid it will be a disaster for us. Yi Fan was puzzled. Isn't there a limit to the level of the crack? If the void chaos demon god is extremely powerful, he might not be able to cross at all. Mulong said, although that's true, think about it. How powerful is a person who can protect a planet by himself? When he's strong enough, he can ignore the rules. And the void chaos demon god, after being demonized for 1,500 years, is even more terrifying than before. He might enter the 7th heaven directly through the crack. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely solemn. Once an invincible demon god entered the 7th heaven, no one would dare to say that they would be spared. Mulong looked at everyone's solemn expression and said, but don't worry. I've asked. The level 9 altar can only be activated again after 20 years. Even if someone else activates it, it will still be the same. So, at least for the next 20 years, we will still be safe. Lu Chen had been silent. When Jiao saw this, she asked, nameless brother, what are you thinking about? Lu Chan came back to his senses and looked at the grotto heaven outside the window. I went from the 1st heaven to the 7th heaven like a blind man. I thought I finally saw the Jiutian clearly, but I found that the Jiutian is 1,000 times more complicated than I thought. Chapter 1309. Mulong brought new information to Lu Chun. After sharing the information with the information that Lu Chun obtained from the level 9 altar, they came to a shocking conclusion. While the Jiutian continent was filled with endless battles, the outside of the Jiutian continent was also filled with turbulence. Lu Chun asked, is the crack still there? Mulong shook his head. It closed 2 days ago. Lu Chun frowned. The opening of the crack this time should be an ambush set by the strange beasts to open the level 9 altar. Since the level 9 altar had lost its effect, they naturally closed the crack. Regardless of whether our guess is correct or not, we should increase our strength as soon as possible in the next 20 years to deal with the demon god. Mulong said to Yi Fan and the rest. Lu Chan suddenly interrupted him. It's right to increase our strength, but I'm afraid there's something more urgent. After that, Lu Chun told everyone about Qianji's plan for the War of the 10,000 Races. What? There's such a thing? Mulong and Feng Wu were shocked. Are you sure? This is no small matter. Lu Chun said. That's what Qi Meng said before he died. I think it's more than 70% true, but I can't be 100% sure. So, I plan to look for Qianji in a few days. Qi Meng said that Qianji is in the monster race's immortal realm. If you don't have a visiting token, you might be suspected of trespassing. Mulong said, trespassing into the monster race's immortal realm would be attacked by everyone. Lu Chen frowned. I don't care so much. I have a debt to settle with Qianji. Feng Wu suddenly said, don't be rash. The monster race is very powerful. There are at least 40 immortal supremes guarding the place. Including some immortal supremes who live in seclusion, there are at least 70 to 80 immortal supremes. Including Sengoku, you can't trespass. How about this? I'll look for Pangu Immortal and see if he can give you a visiting token. With the token, it'll be more convenient for you to do things. Pangu Immortal? Lu Chun seemed to have some impression of this immortal. Thinking back carefully, Lu Chun remembered that in the Whirlpool world, Pangu Celestial Venerable was one of the 10 Celestial Venerables who participated in the final battle. Is Pangu the Immortal's real name Li Yuan? Lu Chun asked. Because this name was very similar to the name of the people on Earth, Lu Chun had a deep impression of it. Feng Wu answered, yes, he's one of the few Celestial Venerables who hasn't severed his ties with the mortal world. His strength is also at the top of the Celestial Venerables. Mulong and I are his followers. Lu Chun thought for a moment. All right, thank you. Feng Wu nodded. By the way, do you have any more teleportation talismans for the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven? Ling Long took out 2 transfer talismans and handed them to Mu Long and Feng Wu. After the 2 accepted them, Mu Long said, Lone Quang, wait for me for 3 days. There will definitely be news within 3 days. After saying that, he quickly left the cave with Feng Wu. Master, since you're fine, I'll go challenge the 3rd level of the Cultivation Pagoda. Yi Fan said, if we can open the 3rd level, then whether it's the War of the Myriad Races or the Chaos Demon God, we'll have more time to prepare. Lu Chun nodded. Go. Ling Long and the others also went to cultivate. Only Jiao was left in the room. Lu Chun suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiao strangely. Jiao, I just happen to have a question for you. Are you in 9th tribulation or a 10th tribulation? Previously you told me that you were in 9th tribulation. Why did Yi Fan say that you were a 10th tribulation? Jiao smiled. Yi Fan was exaggerating. I've experienced 3 9th tribulation. To be precise, it's 9th tribulation and a half. Lu Chun nodded. So that was the case. Jiao had the complete dark erosion set, so her treatment was indeed different. Nameless brother. Jiao wanted to say something, but hesitated. What's wrong? I want to fight in the immortal duel. Lu Chun frowned. Immortal duel? Jiao nodded heavily. The characteristic of the dark erosion is that every time I experience a life and death battle, my strength will increase. Using this method to increase my strength is even faster than cultivating in the cultivation room. Moreover, my world still has more than 10 years of protection. Back then, grandfather and father asked me to nurture the dark erosion to protect our world. Now that I've devoured the dark erosion, I naturally have to bear the responsibility. Lu Chun walked in front of Jiao and looked at her worriedly. Jiao life and death in the immortal duel is unpredictable. In order to stimulate the dark erosion, you will definitely choose a strong opponent. This is too dangerous. Jiao looked up at Lu Chun with her clear eyes. Her gaze flickered. Nameless brother was worried about her. That was enough. Nameless brother, you don't care about your life to protect your world. I do the same. Lu Chun was still worried and said, I know, but how about this? Let's fight. I think I should be able to exhaust you. Lu Chun's wording was somewhat ambiguous. Jiao rolled her eyes at Lu Chun. What do you mean by exhausting me? That's stimulating my potential. But this won't do. The closer I am to death, the more the dark erosion will stimulate my body's potential. If we fight, I know you won't hurt me. That will be ineffective. Nameless brother, don't worry. Along the way, I've been increasing my strength like this. The dark erosion won't let me die easily. Lu Chun said, when the time comes to protect the coordinates of your world, I will help you. Jiao tilted her head and looked at Lu Chun intently. Will you help me for the rest of my life? Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. If he could survive, he would definitely help Jiao. But the problem was, how long could he live? How long could his lifetime be? If he was gone, who would protect Jiao world? Jiao eyes flashed with disappointment. She didn't know what Nameless was thinking at this time. She only thought that Nameless wasn't willing to give her a promise. Nameless brother, I'm just joking. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. I also have many things to protect. And Sister Ling Long will also accompany me. Yi Fan has cleared the 3rd level of the cultivation room and will also participate in the immortal battle. Lu Chun wanted to say something, but he also knew that Jiao potential couldn't be displayed in the immortal spirit grotto heaven. If she wanted to become stronger, she had to take the most dangerous path. Thinking of this, Lu Chan took out some herbs from his storage ring and stuffed them into Jiu Er's hands. Prepare these. I'll get Little Green to refine more later. Jiu Er didn't refuse. She accepted the pills and turned to leave. Just as Jiu Er was about to leave, Lu Chan suddenly grabbed her hand. Jiu Er turned around in surprise. The soft jade in his hand was warm and fragrant. Lu Chan took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and said, Jiu Er's eyes were full of expectation. Nameless brother, be careful, Lu Chan said firmly. Jiu Er smiled. Nameless brother, I know. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. After Jiu Er left, Little Green just happened to come in with a bowl of medicine. He looked back at the door. Boss, why did you make Jiu Er cry? Huh? Lu Chan was dumbfounded. I don't know. I didn't do anything. Little Green didn't find it strange. He said casually, I think it's because you didn't do anything. Okay, take the medicine and go to the battle pet cultivation room. What's wrong with the battle pet cultivation room? Originator is awake. Chapter 13:10. Lu Chen gulped down the decoction and rushed to the cultivation room. The originator had turned back into Mo Yang, the white tiger. The little beast was playing with the originator. But this time it wasn't a normal fight. The little beast used the beast god's flames on the originator. But the originator was perfectly fine. Lu Chen hurried to the originator. Originator, the little beast said happily to Lu Chen, Dad, the originator is no longer afraid of elemental attacks. What? Lu Chen stared at the originator in disbelief. Roar. The originator told Lu Chen that it wasn't immune to elemental attacks. It was just that the originator was more resistant to elemental attacks. The originator had gained a better understanding of its current situation after practicing with the little beast and the little beast. The originator's basic attributes had been permanently improved. In addition, the originator's skills had been strengthened. The originator was able to absorb about 10% of spiritual attacks, 3% of physical attacks, and 1% of elemental attacks. The ratio wasn't high, but it had to be noted that the effects could be stacked infinitely in a battle. Besides, after the evolution, the originator was able to convert part of the attacks it absorbed into permanent attacks. The ratio was about 1%. Damn, originator, you're so strong after the evolution. Lu Chen was shocked. That was to say, Lu Chen had one more devouring monster among his 4 battle pets. The originator was able to eat attacks directly. Roar. What? Your elemental affinity can enhance your master and your teammates? Lu Chen's eyes were wide open. That seemed to be the originator's new skill, which was absolutely amazing. The originator had improved the combat strength of the entire team. The originator was immune to both physical and spiritual attacks. The originator also had a high elemental defense, which could enhance the team's attacks. Also, the originator had a great potential for growth. The originator's evolution was a qualitative change. No wonder the little beast and the others had been attacking the originator. They were giving it more attacks. Lu Chen was in a good mood after seeing little originator become so strong. He hugged little originator's big head and said, Ha, little originator, we are indeed destined for good fortune after surviving a great calamity. I have advanced by 1 star, and you have directly evolved. Dad, you're biased. Next time, you must bring me along. Little Beastie and Little Furball ran to Lu Chen's side. Little Furball and I have been bored to death recently. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little Furball, haven't eaten for a long time. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The materials these 2 fellows needed to grow were very difficult to obtain in the 7th Heaven world. Don't worry, the 2 of you. I'll think of something. Lu Chen looked at Rhubarb, who was nestled in the resting area in the distance, and walked over. Rhubarb slept very peacefully. Occasionally, he would even snore. It was unknown whether this guy was evolving or just sleeping. This guy, why hasn't he woken up after so long? Lu Chen shook his head. Without Rhubarb's cheers and taunts, he felt a little less motivated to fight. Lightly stroking Rhubarb, Lu Chun stood up. Little beastie, if I go out this time, I'm afraid you guys will still have to stay here. You have to ensure Rhubarb's safety. Although little beastie was unwilling, after seeing Rhubarb sleeping like a log, it could only obediently accept the mission in the end. Understood, Dad. But if you're going to see little brother Yao you have to call us along. Got it. If you guys have nothing to do, practice with little originator. Not only had little originator recovered, its strength had also greatly increased. The huge rock in Lu Chen's heart had finally been lifted. In the past 2 days, he took out all the materials in his storage ring and handed them to Li Shang and the rest to organize. There were many rare medicinal ingredients in this large batch of materials. Little Green looked at the large pile of medicinal ingredients and was so happy that it danced with joy. Lu Chun, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised to find a heavenly fishing skill book among all the treasures. This was an immortal-level fishing skill book. Lu Chun had nothing to do, so he learned this skill and fished at the waterfall outside the cave abode all day long. 3 days later, Mulong arrived as promised, just in time to see Li Shang and the rest organizing the treasures. He was dumbfounded. Did this guy rob the cave abode of a venerable celestial? Mulong, Sengoku, you're here? Chinner is fishing nearby. Jin Wan greeted. Mulong nodded and went out to find Lu Chun. In the deep pool where the waterfall fell, on a rock protruding out of the water, Lu Chun was wearing his lonely shadow fishing suit and fishing alone. You're quite free, aren't you? Mulong jumped to the side of the rock and stood behind Lu Chun. He looked at Lu Chun's fish basket, and there were a few small fish inside. You only caught these ordinary small fish? Lu Chun looked up at Mulong. I've already asked Uncle Li Shang to take the big ones back to cook. What do you know? I'm fishing for my friends. Fishing for your friends? Mulong was surprised. Yeah, it's a golden carp. It should be in the 7th heaven, but the 7th heaven is so big, and there are so many small worlds. It's too difficult to meet it. Lu Chun said as he kept his fishing rod and stood up. Is Pan Gu the Celestial willing to give me a visiting order? Mulong smiled. The Celestial Sovereign said that the 10,000 races are already preparing for the war of the 10,000 races. This matter shouldn't be stopped, so there's no point in visiting. Lu Chun frowned. He's not willing to give it? He said that you're just looking for Qianji. This is your personal matter. He won't give you a visiting order. Lu Chun sighed. Don't sigh. Although the Celestial Sovereign didn't give you a visiting order, it's not like you don't have a chance. He asked me to ask if you dare to accept it. What chance? Lu Chun asked curiously. I can't tell you now. It's about time. If you're interested, come with me to Pan Gu, the Celestial Sovereign's place. Oh, change out your clothes first. Lu Chun said. There's no need to change. Let's go. Kai Tian City, one of the 3 celestial sovereign-level cities in the human race celestial realm. The owner of this city was Pan Gu, the Celestial Sovereign. Pan Gu, the Celestial Sovereign's cave abode, was in the center of Kai Tian City. Although the city was bustling, Pan Gu's cave abode was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Pan Gu's cave abode was huge, far bigger than Lu Chen's Celestial Spirit cave abode. Mulong said that it was a Grade 1 cave abode. At this moment, there were 400 to 500 people gathered outside Pan Gu's cave abode. These people were all Sengoku-level experts. They were facing a tall cave entrance. There were 3 Sengoku guarding the entrance, as if they were waiting for someone. Lu Chun said to Mulong, Pan Gu the Celestial Sovereign hasn't come out yet? It's not time yet. Not everyone is here yet. Do you expect the Celestial Sovereign to wait for Sengoku? Lu Chun nodded. Speaking of which, the Celestial Sovereign's cave abode is in Kai Tian City. Wouldn't it be exposed? Mulong smiled. So what if it's exposed? Other Celestial Sovereigns wouldn't dare to expose themselves, but Pan Gu the Celestial Sovereign doesn't care. In other words, who in the human race, celestial realm, would dare to touch Pan Gu, the Celestial Sovereign's cave abode? Lu Chun couldn't help but sigh at how domineering Pan Gu, the Celestial Sovereign, was. As they spoke, dozens of Sengoku arrived at the cave entrance, waiting respectfully. Not long after, a low voice came from the cave abode. "Let's begin." The Sengoku at the entrance cupped his fists and accepted the order. He then shouted to the crowd, "Since everyone is here, let's cut to the chase. I don't need to introduce the Death God token. There's a total of 3 tokens. Those who receive the token will need to go to the outer race, celestial realm, to participate in the immortal battle and set up an arena. You must fight at least 3 rounds before returning to receive the reward. It's up to you which race you choose. However, Sengoku should also know the result of an outer race setting up an arena in your own race. Our human race is weak. In the past, almost no one could fight 3 rounds before being killed by an outer race. Hence, this inter-race immortal battle token is called the Death God token. The Death God token is held once every 10 years. Now, it's our Pangu the Celestial Sovereign's turn. Now, under my Pangu the Celestial Sovereign, is there anyone who can receive the Death God token? Chapter 13:11. The audience was silent. Lu Chen frowned. That immortal reverence subordinate only briefly mentioned the Death God token. He did not explain it clearly. He hurriedly asked Mulong, "Mulong, do the 3 Death God tokens holders set up their arenas at the same place, or separately?" "Separately." Mulong said, "3 Death God tokens, 1 for each person. The holder of the token can choose their own immortal domain and set up their arena in the immortal arena. They have to win 3 rounds in a row before they can cancel their arena. When choosing an immortal domain, they cannot repeat." Lu Chen asked again, after setting up the arena, "Do the challengers have any requirements?" "Yes, but they cannot exceed Sengoku's level. Because everyone who receives the Death God token is below the immortal reverent level. The challengers must also be below the immortal reverent level." Mulong looked at Lu Chen and felt that there was a need to explain in detail. Actually, each race has an inter-race challenge token. There are a total of 30 of them. Each race's 10 immortal reverends keep them. The 10 immortal reverends take turns to send people to challenge the other races. Every 10 years. Lu Chen said, "So, the opportunity that immortal reverent Pangu was talking about is this Death God token?" "Yes, then can this token only be used once?" "I'm worried that Qian-Ji might not still be in the demon race's immortal domain." Mulong shook his head. "No, as long as you win 3 rounds in an immortal domain, you can leave the immortal domain. The immortal domain will not stop you. They will even stamp your Death God token to prove that you have passed their immortal domain. But if you want to go to the next immortal domain, you have to set up your arena in that immortal domain. So on and so forth. At most, you could go to 5 immortal domains." "Why can I only go to 5 immortal domains?" Lu Chen asked. "To restrict those super powerful races." Lu Chen frowned. "Didn't you say that there are rewards?" "Of course there are. If you can really pass an immortal domain, the immortal reverent will give you a very attractive reward. 3 rounds is a level 1 reward. 4 rounds is a level 1 reward. 5 rounds is a top level reward. If you pass more than 1 immortal domain, then you go to a few immortal domains. The rewards will be accumulated until you pass all 5 immortal domains." Lu Chen's eyes opened wide. Accumulated rewards? He had participated in so many competitions, arenas, and other random events, but he had never heard of such a generous reward. All of a sudden, killing Qian-Ji did not seem that important anymore. What are the top rewards? Immortal level cultivation methods, divine weapons, immortal caves, pill recipes, rare materials for refining weapons. Let's put it this way. The reward for 3 rounds is equivalent to 3 million spirit tablets. 4 rounds is equivalent to 5 million spirit tablets, and 5 rounds is equivalent to 10 million spirit tablets. In addition, if you win, you can get the coordinates of the challenger's planet, and if you lose, you won't lose your own coordinates. Of course, in the past, the loser might not lose the coordinates, but their lives. After hearing this, Lu Chun pushed the crowd in front of him aside and shouted, "I want all 3 of these death god tokens." Mulong was about to pull Lu Chun, but he failed. After hearing Lu Chun shout, he froze in his position, instantly petrified. He expected that Lu Chun would accept the Grim Reaper's command, but he didn't expect that this guy would lose his mind the moment he heard about the reward. He wants all 3 of them. He had never heard of such a ridiculous request in his life. After Lu Chun finished speaking, the effect was similar to that of Heaven's Wrath's AoE attack. The crowd was about to explode, especially the few Celestial Sovereign subordinates who were guarding Pan Gu's Grotto Heaven. Their jaws almost dropped. F***CK. After being an immortal for so long, I finally know that there are lunatics in the celestial realm. He wants all 3 of these death god tokens at once. How much does he want to die? Lu Chun did not care what others thought of him. He had already calculated it. If 1 death god token was maxed out, the income would be 50 million spirit tablets, and 3 death god tokens would be 150 million spirit tablets. Naturally, this kind of thing could not fall into the hands of others. He had to take all of them. "Hey, Senior, I said that I want all 3 of these death god tokens. Oh, if you have any extra death god tokens, I can take them too." Lu Chun walked in front of Sengoku, who had just spoken. Sengoku's mouth and eyes twitched at the same time. "Friend, do you know what you're talking about?" "Of course I know." Lu Chun put on a straight face. "Don't tell me you don't want to stack the rewards. Let me tell you, Celestial Sovereign Pan Gu is a respected Celestial Sovereign. His words cannot be taken back. The entire 7th layer of heaven is watching." That person took a few breaths and had no choice but to explain, "The rewards will not be lacking, but this is not the main point. The main point is that you want all 3 of these death god tokens. I have been the 7th layer of heaven for several hundred years, but Celestial Sovereign Pan Gu has never heard of such a thing, nor have the other Celestial Sovereigns." Lu Chun was also somewhat puzzled. How can this be? Could it be that all of them have minds at home? It is indeed quite strange. Sengoku's face was filled with black lines. His thoughts were not on the same channel as this guy in front of him. "Kid, I advise you to stop messing around. This is something that will cost you your life. Whether I die or not, that's my business. You don't need to worry about it. What you need to do is to give me the tokens," Lu Chun said. After thinking for a while, he added, "By the way, prepare the rewards. I do not accept credit here." Among the crowd, Mulong only wanted to find a hole to hide in. He was the one who brought this lunatic here. He could not absolve himself from the blame. Just as Sengoku was about to say something, a faint voice suddenly came from inside the cave. "Mulong, is he the person you mentioned to me?" Celestial Sovereign Pan Gu had spoken. Mulong hurriedly squeezed out from the crowd and bowed slightly towards the cave entrance. "Celestial Sovereign, he is solipsistic." "Ha ha ha, you are indeed crazy." Solipsistic, the death god token, is not a game. Since ancient times, the human race who received the death god token died 9 times out of 10, but we still send people out every year. You can say that those who died in battle in foreign lands did so for fame and fortune, or even because they were forced to go to the arena to die. But you can't deny that it was these people who came one after another to let the other races know that the immortals of the human race never feared the immortals of other races. The human race is weak, but we cannot show weakness. Logically speaking, it is not a problem for you to ask for a few death god tokens. But have you ever thought that if you do not use up all 3 death god tokens, in the eyes of the other races, won't they think that the human race is already afraid before the battle and no one dares to fight? Lu Chun was slightly stunned. The Celestial Sovereign's words made sense. From his point of view, he must have considered things further than Lu Chun. So you can have the death god token, but to have all 3 is impossible. Lu Chun stared at the cave entrance. He could not see the situation inside, let alone the person who was speaking. However, the Celestial Sovereign's words made sense. It was useless for him to be confident, especially when he knew that the myriad races were planning to start the myriad race immortal war against the human race. If he did not send enough people at this time, It might accelerate the arrival of the final battle. It seemed that the 150 million was gone. However, the celestial sovereign's voice came from the cave again. I can strengthen your death god token. You can go to at most 20 immortal realms. As long as you have the ability, you can rest assured that I, celestial sovereign Pangu, do not lack money, and I will not take credit. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.